Chapter 777. Leds did not hesitate and said, "The enemies in the granary will soon be eliminated. Half of your men will monitor the enemy on the wall to prevent them from sneaking out of the city. The other half will be ready to put out the fire." Cusius immediately returned to his legion. Soon, nearly 1,000 soldiers jumped off their horses, took out their linen bags, and began to fill them with soil. After receiving the order from the Devers last night, the 2 legion commanders took into account the possibility of the enemy burning the granary. After all, it was not easy to carry earthen jars, and soil was everywhere. After a while, more than 200 palace guards also arrived on horseback. The 2 legion commanders were surprised. "His Majesty is here so soon?" "His Majesty is worried that the people of Rome will guard the granary and send troops out of the city to fight you, so he asked us to come as reinforcements. The light infantry is also rushing here," Marcius replied. Leds pointed to the top of the city with contempt. "His Majesty is too worried. In fact, the timid people of Rome do not dare to go out of the city at all." At this time, the battle cries in the camp disappeared. The gate was opened, and the cavalrymen immediately rushed in with sacks filled with soil. Led saw the 3rd platoon commander rushing over. He quickly asked, "How are the casualties?" 32 of our brothers died, 67 were injured, 15 of whom are seriously injured." The 3rd platoon commander looked slightly depressed. "So many casualties?" Leds did not expect that they would lose nearly 100 men even though they had the absolute advantage in numbers. It made his heart ache. The 1st Cavalry Legion had suffered a great loss in the battle against Wolsey's Setia. Although Turiae had sent some soldiers to replenish their numbers after the battle, the legion was not full. "What about the enemies inside?" he asked with hatred. "All dead. No one surrendered." Leds did not say anything and strode into the granary camp. Inside the gate, he saw a Roman soldier leaning against the wall. There were 4 sword wounds on his chest, and blood kept gushing out, dyeing his whole body red. He was motionless, and his eyes were closed. He was still holding a spear in his hand. He was like a statue, and there was a bright red tassel on his helmet. Obviously, he was an officer. Led stopped and sized him up. Unexpectedly, the seemingly dead Rome soldier suddenly opened his eyes and stared angrily at Leds. He struggled to stab the spear in his hand. "Commander, be careful!" The cavalry behind him immediately rushed over. "Don't move!" Leds waved his hand to stop them, then stood still on the spot, staring at them with a sharp gaze. Gaius, the Rome platoon leader, wanted to raise his spear, but the spear that was usually as light as a feather was now as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The little strength he had accumulated was gone with the gushing blood. He could only stare angrily at the enemy's leader, but his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. He wanted to roar, but blood suddenly gushed out of his mouth. Looking at the other party lying down, Leds was silent for a moment, then he strode in. Seeing the big city standing in the distance, the Devers could not help but rein in their war horse. Rome was the first and only great empire in the history of the West that turned the Mediterranean Sea into an inland lake. Many thrilling stories about it had been circulating among the people for thousands of years. Many poems and articles praising and describing it had been written by literati. It was a dream in the hearts of countless ambitious Westerners in his previous life, a dream about unification in his previous life. Divers did not have the opportunity to visit this great city that could be called the starting point of Western European civilization. But now that he was here, what he saw was not a Rome that had lost its prosperity and had become a historical relic. Instead, it was a simple city that had just risen in the early days of the Republic. Although he had learned about this city in detail many times from the intelligence reports, he could not hide the excitement in his heart. "Go!" The Devers kicked the horse's abdomen, and the war horse neighed and galloped forward. "Your Majesty!" The people around were shocked and hurriedly chased after the Devers, but they soon felt relieved because a group of cavalry came to greet them. It was the palace guards that were sent out previously. They quickly surrounded the Devers. As soon as the Devers saw Marcius, they immediately asked, "Has Leds and his men seized the river port and the granary?" "Yes, your majesty," Marcius replied. "The 1st Cavalry Legion and the 2nd Cavalry Legion seized the river port and the granary without much resistance from the Rome soldiers. They also put out the fire in the granary in time. Now the 2 commanders, Leds and Cusius, are counting the supplies there. They will report to you about the specific situation." "That's good." The Devers breathed a sigh of relief. The first step was successful, and it gave him more confidence to capture the city. "Let's go and see the city of Rome." He pointed to the front with great ambition. The people of Rome on the western wall of Rome saw the billowing dust and smoke rising in front of them, extending out of their sight. They could not help but feel nervous because they knew that the army of Dionia was coming. Then, they saw hundreds of cavalrymen galloping over and standing 100 meters away from the city wall. This team of cavalrymen held up 2 large flags, which were very different from the flags of the Dionia cavalrymen they saw before. The flags were shining with golden light. In the middle of the cavalrymen was a general with a golden helmet and a long feather crown. Under the slightly western sun, he was particularly dazzling. "Maybe the king of Dionia is here," some of the senators whispered with uncertainty. No one objected to this. They silently looked at the man who they suspected to be the king of Dionia. He was pointing to the front and saying something to the people around him. Or laughed. Scipio the Great spat and suddenly took the long shield of the soldier next to him. He pulled out his sword and knocked on the shield. At the same time, he shouted, "Rome! Rome! Rome!" The soldiers followed the commander of the city guards and knocked on the long shield rhythmically, shouting. Soon, the senators also joined in. Seeing that the city wall in front of them sometimes caved inwards and sometimes protruded outwards, the entire wall was bent and uneven. Clotocatax couldn't help but say, "What an ugly city wall!" The Devers replied with a smile. The reason why the city wall is so badly built is that after the Romans drove away the Celts in the north, they were eager to rebuild the city of Rome. They did not plan the whole city at all. They only did it to meet the needs of the citizens of Rome at that time. For example, the Devers pointed to the protruding city wall on the left near the Tiber River and said, "If I remember correctly, behind the city wall should be one of the 7 hills of Rome, the Raventine Hill. And over here." The Devers pointed to a large section of the city wall on the right that was also protruding outwards. "And behind this section of the city wall is the largest slum in Rome." Did the people of Rome not think about how to defend the city if they were besieged in the future? Marcius did not know much about Rome before, so he was surprised. He did not expect the people of Rome to be so short-sighted. But they built the city wall very high, and the trench in front of the city seems to be very wide. Clotocatax looked at the towering city wall in front of him and estimated that it was probably no less than 15 meters high. At this time, the staff officer Tormid said, "Your Royal Highness, the height of the city wall is useless. Its walls are crooked, which is good for our soldiers to avoid the concentrated long-range attacks of the Rome from above. It is also not good for the people of Rome to quickly reach the destination on the wall and reinforce. Moreover, although there is a trench in front of the city, there is no antelope. As long as the trench is filled, our siege equipment can easily be pushed under the city." Over the years, although Tormid did not participate in the battle, he had decades of mercenary career and later worked in the Ministry of Military Affairs, so he had enough experience. Therefore, Clotocatax listened carefully and asked for advice from time to time. The Devers did not disturb them. Instead, they carefully observed the defense situation of Rome. "Rome! Rome! Rome!" At this time, thunderous shouts came from the city wall. It was orderly and grand, and it gave the Devers the feeling that the countless Rome soldiers on the city wall had merged with the city wall. He turned around with a solemn expression and said, "Although the city wall built by the people of Rome is not very good, looking at the situation, I am afraid this siege will not be easy." Tormid, Marcius, and the others expressed their agreement. At this time, a scout galloped over. "Your Majesty, the 3 legion commanders, Amintas, Matones, and Lazaru, have arrived with their troops." When the Devers heard this, he looked around and smiled. "It seems that we have one. Shouldn't Amintas lose something?" Everyone laughed out loud. The Devers looked at the approaching troops in the dust behind them and said, "Tormid, immediately inform the legion commanders. And ask the captain of the mountain reconnaissance team, Isam, to come here immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Over the years, although the river port of Rome had been expanded many times, it only had 5 or 6 docks. The port area was not large, and it was far smaller than the granary next to it. The only thing that interested the Devers was that they found a lot of wood in the warehouse in the port. After the legions have settled down, inform the engineering camp to transport them away, and use them to set up the camp or make more siege weapons. "Yes, Your Majesty." Tormid quickly asked the advisors to write this down. The Devers looked down at the sparkling surface of the Tiber River in front of him. The water was calm and deep. He then shifted his gaze to the distance. The wide surface of the river made the opposite bank seem vague. He turned his head to look upstream. To his disappointment, there was only the river in his sight. He did not see the bridge connecting the north and south bank. Chapter 778. He looked back at the legion commanders around him, who were also observing the Tiber River, and said, "According to rumors, hundreds of years ago, the Tiber River often flooded. The middle and lower reaches of the river were full of swamps and wetlands, especially in this area. Therefore, no race or force was willing to build a base here. Only the Romans, who were ostracized by the Latins, chose to settle down here. As a result, they have become the overlord of central Italy. But now that we are here, it is time for this overlord to give way." Amintas said immediately. The victory of yesterday's battle and the congratulations from the King of Devers and his colleagues had made him very high-spirited. "Yes, this is our goal, but we need to fight to achieve it." The Devers smiled and looked at the Legio III commander. "Lazaru, did you read the battle plan that I asked the messenger to send to Lavinium last night?" Lazaru immediately replied, "Your Majesty, you asked us, the Legio III, to cross the Tiber River and set up camp on the north bank of the Tiber River to block the reinforcements from Etruria and the colony city of Rome. At the same time, we have to attack Rome from the north. Yes, this is the mission of the Legio III." The Devers nodded and pointed to the upper reaches of the river with his left hand. "There is a bridge 3 to 4 miles from here. It is an important land route for Rome and the Etruria region. The people of Rome will probably not destroy it. You can use this bridge to attack Rome. If the bridge has been destroyed by the people of Rome, it doesn't matter. The Third Fleet will use their warships to build a passage for you to attack Rome. You have to block the reinforcements from Rome and attack Rome at the same time. The task is very heavy." At this point, Divers paused for a moment and asked, "I remember that in the battle report you submitted last time, it was recorded that there was a company that stopped the attack of more than 5,000 Cautini warriors, ensuring that they were surrounded and annihilated in the end. The company leader who accomplished this feat was called Taglu, right?" "Yes, Your Majesty. I hope your Legio III can have a few more officers like Tagru to turn your camp into an iron wall and completely cut off the reinforcements to Rome from the north. At the same time, Legio III has to be like a sharp sword, fiercely attacking Rome from the north. Strive to break through the enemy's defense and open up a gap for the entire army to attack the city." The Devers encouraged in a clear voice. Towards the ardent expectations of the King of Devers, Lazaru, who was considered a junior among the legion commanders, was both excited and a little nervous. Your Majesty, Legio III will do its best to complete the mission. But, because we have to fight on two fronts, our military strength is slightly insufficient. Before the Devers could respond, Amyntas said loudly, Your Majesty, such an important mission should be given to the First Legion. You don't need to send reinforcements to the First Legion, we can complete the mission perfectly. This mission should be given to us, the Second Army Corps. The First Legion has been through a series of battles and is already lacking in soldiers, but we, the Second Legion, have a full complement of soldiers. Matones shouted immediately. Stimulated by the two Legion commanders, Lazaro also immediately said loudly, Your Majesty, please rest assured, we Legio III will definitely complete this mission. First Legion, Second Legion, both of you have important missions, there's no need to argue anymore. The Devers waved his hand to stop the argument between the two Legion commanders, Amyntas and Matones, and then comforted Lazaro. You don't have to worry, the Third Legion will cooperate with you. The fleet infantry that they belong to is not weak. Lazaro was overjoyed and quickly asked, Your Majesty, when will the Third Legion arrive? The Tiber River is winding, and the Third Legion has to go against the current, so it will take some time. But with the blessing of Hades, the wind is favorable today, and there are slaves and laborers helping to pull the rope, so they should arrive soon. When the time comes, you have to seize the time to cross the river and quickly build a camp on the north bank of the bridge. Also, you have to help the Third Legion to level the river so that they can push the warships onto the river. The camp of the Third Legion's crew will be merged with yours, the Devers reminded patiently. I understand, Your Majesty. Lazaro suddenly thought of something and asked, Your Majesty, if we cross the river later and find that the Rome people do not have a defensive bridge, can I directly lead the army to attack? If there is such a great opportunity, of course, we will not let it go. All of our legions will cooperate with you to attack the city immediately, but I think the Rome people will not make such a stupid mistake, the Devers said with a smile. The group of people laughed and came to the granary camp behind the port. Your Majesty, there are a total of 90 big granaries and 10 hay sheds in this camp. The granaries are filled with ground wheat flour, and each granary has about 3,000 caddies. Other than hay, there are also soybeans in the hay shed. We have rescued 45 intact granaries, 4 hay sheds, and 8 barns that were partially burned. After listening to Led's introduction, the Devers praised. It seems that these flour and fodder are prepared to be transported to the Rome army in Helniki. Leds, Cusius, your 2 cavalry legions arrived in time and seized this batch of food. Not only did you hit the enemy, but you also relieved our food supply. This is a great achievement. Cusius interrupted. Your Majesty, we were able to succeed because we came too fast and caught the Rome people off guard. On the other hand, the granaries of the Rome people were built too well. They are very strong, fireproof, and moisture-proof. It takes time to burn them. The Rome people did not build the city wall seriously, but they built the granaries very seriously. In fact, they helped us. The crowd burst into laughter again. The Devers said seriously, It is because we were fully prepared in advance, and the Rome people did not expect that we would suddenly lead the army to attack Rome. That's why there were so many mistakes. But we also have to be careful not to give the Rome people time to breathe. The Legion commanders stopped smiling and nodded cautiously. Olivers. Yes, Your Majesty. You lead the Legio IV to camp here and protect the granaries and the river port. At the same time, you are responsible for tomorrow's attack on the west wall of Rome. The Devers pointed to the towering wall in front and asked, Where do you think is the focus of your attack? Without hesitation, Olivers pointed to the long protruding wall in front of the right side. That was the place where the Devers said the largest slum in Rome was behind the wall. Here. Of course it is here. It's too ugly. If I don't take it down and destroy it, I won't be able to sleep well in the future. Olivers's teasing words made everyone laugh again. The Devers nodded and reminded him, According to the plan discussed last night, there is a deep conflict between the nobles and the civilians in Rome. We have to find a way to drive a wedge between them, divide them, and make them unable to work together to fight against us. Yes, Your Majesty, Olivers replied seriously. After arranging the matters outside the west wall of Rome, the Devers led the legion commanders around the wall of Rome and rode eastward. The palace guards escorted him, and the cavalrymen of the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions followed closely behind. Therefore, even when the Rome soldiers on each section of the wall saw a group of high-ranking Daionia generals in gorgeous armor and gorgeous crowned helmets standing 100 meters away from the city, looking at the wall with more than a dozen military flags fluttering behind them, they did not dare to rush out of the city to attack. Soon, they reached the easternmost part of the wall of Rome and turned northwest along the wall. At this time, the Devers said, Amintas, lead the 1st Legion and set up camp here. Finally, it's our turn. I thought Your Majesty had forgotten about us, Amintas complained loudly. Of course I didn't forget. The Devers said with a serious expression, the 1st Legion is the strongest legion in Daionia. The task you undertake is naturally the most difficult. From here to the wall of the Tiber River, it is the 1st Legion's attack range. You must put enough pressure on the people of Rome. Your Majesty, don't worry. Not only will I let the people of Rome know the power of the 1st Legion, but I will also attack the city of Rome from here. Amintas said confidently. In addition, this section of the wall is very long, but the attacking forces are the least from all directions. After the city is breached, the people of Rome are likely to escape from here. You must ensure that you do your best to stop them, the Devers said solemnly. Amintas was stunned for a moment, but he immediately replied, This, of course, no problem. Also, you have to pay attention to the location of the 1st Legion's camp. It is the furthest from the main forces of the other legions. Not far from here to the east, there are several colony cities of Rome. So, the 1st Legion is likely to become the main target of the reinforcements from Rome. The Devers reminded him with a solemn expression. Aminta's expression also became solemn, and he nodded. The Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade will camp together with the 1st Legion, but they have an important task to carry out, so they will not attack the city with you. After listening to the Devers, Amintas looked at Izam, and Izam smiled at him. Izam. Yes. The middle-aged Dukia was no longer as lively as he was when he was young. He responded respectfully. In order to avoid being seen by the Rome soldiers, don't go to the Tiber River to survey the terrain during the day. The rainy season in Rome is from December to February, and it has already ended. Although Rome did not suffer from a drought last year, according to the intelligence, the number of times it rained was less than in previous years. We have also seen it when we were downstream. The water level on the shore has dropped, so your chances of success are very high. Chapter 779. Your Majesty, the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade has been undergoing the toughest training for the past 10 years, just for this day. Don't worry, even if it rains heavily and the river rises, we will succeed. Izam finally showed his true colors and said proudly. Very good, this is the Izam I know. The Devers smiled. Don't forget to send someone to inform me immediately after the operation is successful. Yes, Your Majesty. The Devers looked around at the Legion commanders and asked, What do you think after seeing the city of Rome? Your Majesty, although the city wall of Rome is ugly, after walking around it, I feel like it's quite long, and the area of the city is quite large. When Oliver said this, the Devers added, According to the information we received, the city wall of Rome is about 14 miles long. It is also known as the City of 7 Hills. There are 7 hills in the city, so the actual area of the city is bigger than what we felt. In order to conquer Helniki, the Romans sent all their young and strong citizens out to fight. Now, there are not many Roman soldiers in the city who can fight. If they have to defend such a long city wall, it will expose their lack of military strength. As Oliver spoke, Matones interrupted. On the way here, I have already noticed that the quality of the soldiers on the city wall is not good. Leds, can you send a team of cavalrymen to test it out? When Leds saw the Devers nodded, he immediately sent out a team of cavalrymen. When they approached within 50 meters of the city wall, there was a commotion among the soldiers on the city wall. Soon, javelins and arrows were fired, but the fast-moving team of cavalrymen instantly escaped from the area of attack. It was impossible for the cavalrymen to attack the city. Besides, they were not a threat to the city wall, so the Roman soldiers could deal with them calmly. There was no need to rush to attack and waste javelins and arrows. The legion commanders with rich combat experience saw this, and a relaxed smile appeared on their faces. Your Majesty, the reason why you asked us to attack different sections of the city wall of Rome at the same time instead of concentrating our forces and focusing on one or two places is so that the Romans will have to spread out their temporarily gathered soldiers. This will weaken their defense, and we will be able to break into Rome faster and easier. Matones said and glanced at Oliver's. Oliver's cursed under his breath. This was what Matones wanted to say, but he did not finish his sentence. But when we attack Rome tomorrow, the Rome colony city and its allies will definitely send reinforcements. Georges reminded him worriedly, especially the Rome army that is attacking the Helnici and the Rome army that we just defeated yesterday. If they arrive when we attack the city. Yesterday, the Rome army in the west suffered a heavy loss. The 1st and 2nd cavalrymen chased after them and caught up with many of their defeated soldiers. Our legion soldiers were ordered to cut the hands and feet of the Rome captives, and this number does not include the casualties of the Rome soldiers. So, they will not pose a threat to us for the time being, Lazarus said confidently. As for the Rome army in the northeast, they do have a large number of soldiers, but according to the previous intelligence, their camp is more than 100 miles away from here, and the road is uneven. It will take them at least 3 to 4 days to get there. By that time, we will have already occupied Rome. Trotyras said loudly. Don't underestimate the enemy. Devers reminded solemnly. The dictator of Rome, Camillus, is not a simple person. He has participated in countless battles and has rich combat experience. He has also commanded many battles and has never suffered a defeat. When he said this, he saw Aminta's mouth twitch, but he quickly frowned again. Obviously, he remembered the battle with Camillus last time, which caused the First Legion to suffer a heavy loss. So, we can't judge the army led by Camillus under normal circumstances. 2 days. Devers pondered for a while, stretched out 2 fingers, and said with a serious expression, We must cut the time it takes for the Rome army to return by half. For the time being, we judge that Camillus will return with his army in 2 days, so you only have 1 day to attack the city, and you must take down Rome tomorrow. Devers said the last sentence firmly. When the legion commanders heard this, they all felt the pressure. The cavalry scouts and mountain scouts of each legion will be under my direct command for the time being. I will send them out to investigate the movements around Rome all day long. If there are any abnormalities, report to me immediately. The cavalrymen of the 1st Cavalry Legion and the 2nd Cavalry Legion will stay in the camp to recover their strength and be ready to attack at any time. As for you, Devers looked at the 6 Legion commanders in front of him, Amintas, Matones, Lazarus, Olivers, Georges, and Trotyras, and said in a deep voice, Go back quickly and command your legions to build your camp according to the location we just designated. Not only must the camp allow the soldiers to rest in peace, but it must also have a certain degree of defense. At the same time, carefully prepare for tomorrow's attack. Each of you will be responsible for attacking a section of the city wall. I want to see who will be the first to break through the defense of Rome tomorrow and enter the city. When the legion commanders heard this, they looked at each other and felt competitive in their hearts. But you have to be careful. Don't just focus on attacking and let the soldiers suffer too many casualties. Taking down Rome is just the beginning. The real battle is yet to come. The last words of Devers alerted the legion commanders. They then hurried back to their legions, while Devers led the palace guards and the 2 cavalry legions back slowly. Devers looked at the sky and asked, "Has Epiphanes already set off with his troops?" "According to the plan, he should have set off this morning." "He should be on his way now," Tormid replied. Devers thought of another problem. He said with a hint of anticipation, "Let's hope the Ursus and the Hernici can help us buy more time according to the plan." Tormid had a vague feeling that the invincible and calm commander of Dionia was a little nervous. He did not know what to say for a moment, so he remained silent. When Melugius set off this morning, his mood was a little heavy. Although he could not participate in yesterday's meeting of the Senate because he was not a senator, his father told him about it when he returned home, and the two even had a small argument. While he admired Camillus, he was dissatisfied that his uncle, Maricine Inces, was taking advantage of the fact that the dictator was away on an expedition to command the other senators to do something behind his back. However, he still accepted the task assigned by the Senate because he felt that it would be much less restrictive to Camillus if he carried out this order than if someone else did it. However, not long after he set off, he received a new order from the Senate. Although the original order that dissatisfied him had been cancelled, he was not happy at all. His heart was filled with shock. The army of Dionia was marching towards Rome. "I just heard that the Dionysian army had landed on the coast last night, and today they are already attacking Rome?" The speed of the Dionysian army's movement was completely beyond Melugius' expectations. The sense of crisis forced him to increase his speed again and again. After passing Prinister and Sagnia, even though the road ahead was getting more and more uneven, Melugius tried his best not to slow down. At this moment, a horse galloped in front of them. The rider hugged the horse's neck tightly. When he saw them, he did not avoid them. Instead, he crashed into them. The soldiers hurriedly went forward to intercept him. The startled horse dropped a man. As the man was wearing Rome clothing and had a javelin stuck in his back, he was seriously injured. Melugius had to go forward to check on him. The man moaned as he woke up. When he saw Melugius, he immediately said, I am Sir Potitus' slave, Coelius. In front of us, there is an ambush by the Hernici. We are under attack. Be careful." Melugius did not need to think to know why Potitus' slave would appear here. He hurriedly asked, "How many enemies are there?" "At least 70 or 80. There are so many people?" Melugius was shocked. He turned around and looked at the 10 soldiers following him. He was in a dilemma. Should he continue to force his way forward? Or should he turn around and call for reinforcements? After thinking for a while, he made a decision. Immediately turn around and go to Sagnia. It was not that he was afraid of death, but he felt that his mission was related to the survival of Rome. He could not afford to be careless. Moreover, Sagnia was not far from here. It would not take him long to reach there. In fact, when the various legions of Dionia arrived outside of Rome, they had already rushed to the area where their legions should be based according to the plan they had discussed last night. The engineers of the legions had already followed the plan set by the Devers last night and compared it with the blueprint of Rome. They had drawn up a preliminary plan for the construction of the entire camp. Now they needed to personally go to the site to revise and confirm the plan. Soon, the new construction plan for the camp was out. Therefore, they led the engineering battalion of the legions to measure and mark the land outside of Rome according to the plan. Where should the trench be dug? How deep should it be? Where should the barricade be built? How high should it be? The position of the camp gate? The position of the sentry tower? Of course, the construction of the field camp of Dionia had special regulations. After many battles and revisions, there would not be too many changes. The soldiers had gone through countless military training and were already familiar with it. Therefore, when the Legion commander rushed back and assigned the specific tasks of setting up the camp to the subordinate officers, the soldiers began to work in full swing. Chapter 780. At the same time, the ballistae of the various legions of Dionia were pushed to the southwest corner of Rome, about 200 meters away from the city. The ballistae fired stone bullets at the city wall that protruded outward like a dog's ear. Dozens of stone bullets bombarded the city wall at the same time. The momentum was terrifying, causing the defenders on the city wall to cry out in alarm. Round after round of stone bullets bombarded the city wall, causing broken bricks and stone shards to fall continuously. This made the defenders on the city wall feel uneasy. The ballistae were not the only ones attacking the city of Rome. There were also bows. These huge iron arrows shot by bows that were magnified countless times were not aimed at the city wall. Instead, they fell on the slums behind the city wall, causing panic among the people of Rome. But soon, the people in the slums discovered that the iron arrows stuck on the ground and the houses were tied with several rolls of papyrus. Some of the bolder people stepped forward and untied the papyrus out of curiosity. The chief of the city guard, Scipio the Great, had one of the papyrus in his hand. He carefully opened it and read it. The papyrus was written in Latin. "My fellow citizens of Rome, my name is Vaucres. I used to be a citizen of Rome, and I lived on Mount Raventine since I was a child. 8 years ago, because a rascal drove a flock of sheep to bite the wheat seedlings in the field I rented, and he provoked me with words, I was so angry that I beat him up. As a result, the court sentenced me to a large fine. I could not pay it. In the end, under the pressure of the other party, I had to buy myself as a slave to pay off the high debt. It was only later that I found out that this person was a customer of Cabulus Claudius Sabinus. That was why I lost the lawsuit that I should not have lost and became a slave. All my fellow citizens who live in Rome and have no land like me, all my fellow citizens who have a small piece of land but are born as commoners, are you living in anxiety every day like me? Are you worried that the nobles who own a lot of land and a lot of slaves will seize your insignificant land and turn you into their slaves? Just because they are rich enough, they want more. We have fought against the greed of the nobles many times, wanting to gain the right to protect ourselves, so we have abandoned the city many times, wanting the greedy nobles to realize the importance of us commoners. But to this day, these greedy nobles of Rome still control all the power in this city, and we are their livestock that can be slaughtered at any time. My compatriots, are you willing? Fortunately, thanks to Diana's blessing, the people of Dionia had arrived. Although Dionia was a country with a king, its citizens had a lot of power. They owned their own land, and the law protected them from being plundered. No matter where they were born or what race they were, as long as they had the ability, they could hold public office and even become senators. Even ordinary citizens could report officials who violated the law and let them be punished by the law. The king of Dionia promised me that he would make Rome as beautiful as Dionia. My compatriots, if you don't want to become slaves, then join the Dionysian army and overthrow the rule of these greedy and ugly nobles of Rome. After reading, a chill rose in Scipio the Great's heart, and his limbs turned cold. He hurriedly ordered, "Quick! Send someone to seize these papyri. Don't let anyone have them." When the city guards dispatched by Scipio the Great arrived at the slums, they saw some commoners gathered in groups on the streets, surrounding a few literate commoners, and whispering to each other as they listened to the commoners reading the papyri that were taken from the iron arrows. "I know this Vaucres. He used to live in front of my house, and he's a good person. When he became a slave, he even distributed some of his belongings to everyone. Sigh. This Claudius's family is really bad. They have always been harsh to us commoners. Last month, it was the youngest son of Cabulus Claudius Sabinus, who had just become a platoon jarl, who injured my neighbor because of a trivial matter. He still can't get out of bed. It's not just the Claudius's family. Which one of the big families in Rome isn't bad? If you ask me, when the people of Dionia come, it's best to kill them all. Do you think what this letter says is true? Is it really that good to be a citizen of Dionia? Just as the commoners were discussing the matter described in the papyri, the city guards who were carrying out the orders of their superior rushed in and forcibly seized the papyri. Naturally, a conflict broke out. Fortunately, the elders led by Ambustos, who received the news, arrived in time to appease the enraged commoners and criticize the city guards who almost caused the incident. At the same time, Ambustos held the papyri and shouted loudly, "Citizens, this is the conspiracy of the people of Dionia. They want to use this to drive a wedge between us and make us unable to defend the city together. More than a decade ago we had a conflict because of internal quarrels. Some of the people abandoned Rome and went to Venus, causing the wrath of Jupiter. The Gauls gave us the most painful punishment. After the reconstruction of Rome, we have sworn on Mount Capitoline that we will never make the same mistake again. So, don't be fooled by the enemy's rhetoric. We must not let the tragedy of the destruction of Rome repeat itself." Ambustos' words quickly extinguished the anger of the people of Rome who were gathering. But at this moment, someone shouted, "Yes, the commoners who fled to Venus eventually moved back to Rome, but has the promise made by the Senate been fulfilled? We still owe a high amount of debt, we are unable to rent public land, we are unable to hold important positions in the city, we hope that one of the two consuls to be elected every year must be a commoner, but the Senate simply ignores our request." Ambustos looked at the speaker. The person who spoke was Tribune Gaius Julius Brutus. Before he could explain, the roar of the people sounded again. The tribune is right. The Senate is always perfunctory with us. They just want us to work for them. They don't want to give us any rights at all. This is the Rome of the nobles and the rich, not our Rome. What does it have to do with us if Rome is destroyed like this? When they promise us the same rights as the nobles, we will take up arms to fight against the people of Dionia. The protests of the people surged towards the elders like a tidal wave, causing them to panic. Usually, they had many ways to deal with such protests, but now they were besieged by an army. If they were not careful, they were afraid that before the enemy's attack began, they would be in chaos. So Ambustos hurriedly said, "The Senate will discuss their request immediately. Ask them to settle down and wait for a reply." With the consent of the people, the elders were able to return to the Senate and held an emergency meeting. However, whether it was debt cancellation or sharing public land with the commoners, they seriously affected the interests of the elders and nobles. Not to mention, letting commoners hold important positions in the city, or even the consuls, was a taboo for the nobles. Therefore, although the debate in the Senate was fierce, no conclusion was reached. At this time, Scipio the Great, who had been busy defending the city of Rome, received another urgent report. Dionia's warships had appeared on the Tiber River. Although he had already considered the possibility of enemy ships invading the Tiber River after learning that Ostia had fallen, he was still very nervous when he received this news. He immediately rushed to the southwest corner of the city wall, stood at the top of the city wall, and looked to the south. He saw a long line of three-decker oared warships, under the tutelage of the slaves and laborers, and with the sailors paddling with all their might, they moved upstream along the Tiber River. The warships at the forefront were already approaching the river port. These warships, which were very small in the vast sea, looked unusually huge on the Tiber River, which was only about 100 meters wide. The hulls of more than 50 meters long crossed the river, reaching half the width of the river. This made many Rome soldiers on the city wall very nervous. They had never seen a three-decker oared warship before. And what made Scipio the Great even more nervous was that he saw many Dionia soldiers boarding the warships from the river port, and then the warships sailed to the opposite bank. Then, the Dionia soldiers boarded the river on the opposite bank. The Dionia wanted to attack Rome from the north through the bridge. Scipio the Great was shocked and immediately ordered, "Go and inform Cassius to strengthen the defense of the bridge. Be careful of the Dionia's attack." After the messenger left, Scipio the Great was still a little worried. He sent another 700 Rome soldiers to the bridge. Of course, most of them were citizens over 50 years old. While Scipio the Great was worried about the north of Rome, another soldier came to report that a group of Rome slaves and Latin laborers had appeared outside the western wall of Rome. Under the protection of the Dionia soldiers, they shouted at the soldiers on the city wall. The content of these slaves and laborers was actually similar to what was written on the papyrus scroll. It was just that these people spoke of their own experiences, which made it more convincing. They were not only talking about the civilians of Rome, but also the slaves. Because of the lack of troops in the city, the Senate of Rome had to let the slaves of the city serve as soldiers and promised to give them freedom after the war. Now the civilians and slave soldiers on the western wall were a little distracted. Their state of mind even affected the people in the city. The Senate's delay in making a decision had angered them. They gathered and ran to the front of the Senate to protest. They even declared that if the Senate did not give them a clear answer, they would open the city gate and welcome the Dionia. The urgent message sent by the chief of the city guards, Scipio the Great, and the people outside the gate forced the Senate to abdicate. The senators were like ants on a hot pan, panicking. Chapter 781. At this time, Potitus' words reminded them, "Camillus is now the dictator of Rome." Yes, there was now a dictator in Rome. During this period, all the resolutions and laws in Rome had to be approved by him before they could be implemented. Now the dictator, Camillus, was away on an expedition. When he returned, the army of Rome would also return, and the crisis would naturally be resolved. The senators suddenly had an idea. In the past, the aristocrats of Rome had many fierce conflicts with the civilians. Most of them had relied on the strategy of delaying to survive the crisis. After that, nothing much had changed. This time, they still decided to use this method. All kinds of coincidences made them think that the gods were protecting Rome. Therefore, they quickly passed the proposal: abolish the interest on the debts of the people of Rome, allow all citizens to apply for public land, and limit the area of land that each person could rent. Civilians could take up important positions in the city, and they could consider that one of the 2 consuls every year would be held by a civilian. The slaves who participated in the defense this time would immediately be free. The senators passed the proposal, but they did not immediately go out to announce it to the people. Instead, they asked their trusted slaves to go home and gather the diners. They then quietly mixed into the crowd. After everything was arranged, they opened the door of the Senate, faced the crowd, and announced the proposal that they had passed. The crowd was overjoyed. Some even shouted excitedly, "Victory to the Senate! Victory to the Rome!" At this time, the senators took the opportunity to announce, "Since the dictator, Camillus, is now in power, according to the law of Rome, the proposal that we passed must be signed by him before it can be effective. So, please wait for 2 or 3 days." The enthusiasm of the people suddenly dropped as if a can of cold water had been poured on them. But at this time, the clan diners kept shouting, "Don't worry, Camillus is on our side. He has spoken for us in the Senate many times. Yes, look at how many civilian officers he has promoted in the army. He will definitely sign this proposal. As long as we hold on for another 2 or 3 days and wait for Camillus to return, we will be able to enjoy the same rights as the nobles. Yes, we must defend Rome." Although there were a few sensible people who felt that something was wrong, the atmosphere of the gathering had been stirred up by the nobles. Many people chose to believe what the senators said, and some even volunteered to become soldiers to protect Rome. A crisis that was about to erupt was averted, and the elders heaved a sigh of relief. As for whether or not Camillus would sign the bill when he returned, they were not worried that the noble Camillus would sign the bill against the pressure of all the elders. As for whether or not the commoners would protest because they were deceived, or even start a conflict, that was a matter for the future. They had to overcome the greatest danger before them first. Now, about a mile away from the east, west, south, and north of Rome were occupied by the Dionysian army. After a simple lunch and a short rest, the soldiers of the Dionia legions began to build camps under the leadership of their team officers. Apart from the 2 cavalry legions who were tasked with the task of observing the enemy's situation and attacking at any time, and the palace guards who were responsible for the safety of the king, the other 6 legions plus their auxiliary personnel, laborers responsible for transporting supplies, and even the crew of the Third Fleet, nearly 70,000 people were busy. Soon, the surroundings of Rome became a large construction site. The city of Rome was even covered in dust. In the area that the Second Legion was responsible for, Adoris and his comrades were waving pickaxes and shovels to dig trenches while talking. At this time, someone shouted, "Is Adoris here? Someone is looking for him." "Who is it?" As soon as Adoris poked his head out of the trench, he heard a joyful shout, "Brother! Clotho!" When Adoris saw who it was, Clotho-Catax had already run to his side. "Why are you here?" "Father asked me to come and see you." "I'm fine. In the battle yesterday, my team killed many enemies, and none of them were injured." Adoris patted his bare chest and said a little proudly, "Tell Father not to worry. I'm busy now and don't have extra time to talk to you. You can go back first." Father is now busy discussing tomorrow's battle plan with Tormid, Printos, and the other staff officers. I have nothing to do when I go back now. "Why don't I work here with you?" Clotho-Catax requested. "Okay." Adoris agreed without hesitation. Clotho-Catax immediately took off his clothes and jumped into the dirty, dark pit. "Let me introduce you. This is my younger brother, Clotho-Catax." Adoris introduced him to his comrades who were busy in the pit. The soldiers of the Second Legion were mainly citizens of Turin. Some of them came from Amendolara, Abyssinia, and Castellan, all of which belonged to the region of Turin. The young citizens of this region, of course, knew the situation of the royal family of Dionia. Some of them might have even met Clotho-Catax when they were studying in Turin school. They knew who he was, so they greeted Clotho-Catax warmly. On the other hand, Clotho and Catax greeted them with the same humble attitude of a new recruit greeting a veteran. This won the favor of the soldiers. Someone even jokingly said, "Even the First Legion is not as glorious as our division, because we have 2 princes here." "Captain, give me another wooden shovel," Adoris shouted. The captain, Timamanras, did not immediately hand over the wooden shovel. Instead, he asked cautiously in a low voice, "Can your brother do it?" "Captain, you're being biased. Why didn't you ask me if I could take it when you hit me with the stick?" Adoris said half jokingly and half seriously. "Your brother is not one of my soldiers," Timamanras replied calmly. "Don't worry. My brother has received military training since he was young, just like me." "He's not that delicate," Adoris said as he took the wooden shovel and handed it to Clotho-Catax. Clotho-Catax immediately picked up the shovel and started working. Timamanras watched from the side for a while. Seeing that the young prince was working steadily and well, he was relieved. Then, he said loudly, "Brothers, with Clotho-Catax's help, let's work hard and try to finish the task earlier. Let's leave the other divisions behind so that we can be rewarded by the captain. He will let our division take on the important task of attacking the city tomorrow." The captain's words made the soldiers work even more enthusiastically. Some even sang the battle song of the Legion of Dionysia. Soon, everyone was working and singing, and the construction site was bustling with noise and excitement. This scene made Clotho-Catax a little envious. Just as he was in a daze, Adoris's voice rang in his ear. "Is it fun to be a soldier of the Legion?" Clotho-Catax nodded slightly. "It's more fun during the battle. Even if you have some conflicts with your comrades, they will risk their lives to protect you on the battlefield, and you will also risk your life to protect them. At that time, everyone will become closer than real brothers. This is a very special feeling. Adoris said emotionally and patted his brother. You don't have to worry. You have just reached 18 years old. When they were 18 years old, they were still in the reserve team. You are already on the battlefield and can participate in such an exciting battle. When you are older, Father will definitely arrange for you to serve in the Legion. Clodocatax nodded, but he was not sure if he could become a soldier of the Legion when he remembered what his father said to him. In yesterday's battle, the Roman army was defeated. Under the pursuit of the Dionia cavalry, Paulus, Meges, and Pantius led the remaining soldiers to escape into Antium. Pantius accidentally fell during the escape and was trampled by the panicked soldiers, causing his right leg to be fractured. If it were not for the guards who risked their lives to save him, he might have become a prisoner of Dionia. After entering the city, Paulus and Meges calmed down a little. But when the statistics came out, they suffered another blow. Out of the 25,000 soldiers who set out for the expedition, only about 1,000 soldiers returned. Fortunately, there were defeated soldiers returning, one after another. Both of them learned from the defeated soldiers that along the way from Lavinium to Antium, many of the defeated soldiers who were injured in the hands and feet were crying because they could not walk. The two of them were anxious. After a discussion, they decided to send troops to rescue these wounded soldiers while it was dark and the Dionia had returned to their camp to rest. This was a great risk, and some soldiers even refused to go out of the city to rescue them. But fortunately, the Dionia soldiers had rested in the city of Lavinium, so Paulus and Meges could repeatedly lead the troops to rescue the wounded soldiers. They busied themselves until dawn the next day. The number of soldiers in the city had reached more than 12,000, but more than 5,000 of them had lost their ability to fight due to injuries. Even if all the doctors in Antium were gathered to treat them, it was still a drop in the bucket. Soldiers continued to wail and die in pain. Paulus and Mesius could do nothing about it, and besides, both of them and the soldiers were exhausted to the extreme, and they almost fell asleep on the ground. They slept until dawn. When Paulus woke up, it was almost noon. He soon received the first bad news. Nearly 400 wounded soldiers died in the second half of the night. This made Paulus's already bad mood worse. The bread in his mouth was completely tasteless. At this time, Meges hurried to find him. The scouts we sent out found that the Dionia soldiers who occupied Lavinium are no longer there. Chapter 782. They're gone. They've gone to attack Ostia? Paulus asked in surprise. I'm not sure about the specific situation. I've sent scouts to Ostia to investigate, Meges said with a worried look. I hope that Ostia can withstand the enemy's attack. I hope that Dictator Camillus can lead his troops back as soon as possible. Paulus now regretted that he had fought with the Dionia so easily yesterday, causing the army to suffer heavy losses. The soldiers' morale was low, and it was impossible for them to lead the army into battle again. He sighed and asked, "What's the situation with the Lavinium?" The Dionia only imprisoned the Lavinium and took away their food, but they did not hurt them. Our cavalry has released them, but they don't know where the Dionysian army has gone. As Meges spoke, a guard pushed the door open hurriedly and said, "Generals, a messenger has arrived from Rome, saying that he has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Quick, let him in." The two looked at each other and felt a little uneasy. The Senate of Rome has ordered, given that the Dionia have captured Ostia yesterday and are now marching towards Rome, Rome is in danger. Generals Paulus, Meges, and Pantius should immediately lead their troops and rush back to rescue Rome. Ostia is lost. The Dionia are marching directly to Rome? These words were like 5 bolts of lightning, completely shocking the two generals. They never thought that the military action of the Dionia would be so fast and bold. At this moment, they regretted rashly fighting with the Dionia yesterday. However, no matter how difficult the situation was for the army, they must return immediately. Otherwise, if Rome were to fall, everything would be over. The two quickly reached an agreement, then explained the situation to Pantius, who was recuperating in bed, and asked him to temporarily take charge of Antium. Then, the two began to recruit soldiers, but they soon encountered a problem. Antium was a newly occupied town by Rome, and the Senate had made it a colonial city. Tens of thousands of landless civilians from Rome were moved to this town and distributed land to them. They were also the main part of the garrison of Antium. Due to the short period of time, the city had yet to form its own parliament. The main affairs of the town were still decided by Paulus, the military governor of Antium appointed by the Senate. However, it was impossible for Paulus to take away most of the civilian soldiers in Antium. Under the pressure of the army, the first thing the civilians of Rome, who had been distributed land, had to protect their newly distributed property in Antium. Therefore, Megis tried to persuade the citizens with kind words, while Paulus threatened them with the laws and power of Rome. One played the good cop and the other played the bad cop. It took a lot of effort to finally recruit more than 5,000 civilian soldiers of Rome, who had been scared out of their wits by the Dionysian army. When they left the city, it was already afternoon, but Paulus did not lead the team to Rome immediately. Instead, they first passed by Saturnicum and Villette. After yesterday's defeat, many defeated soldiers fled to these two new colonial cities. Coupled with the soldiers who stayed in the cities, Paulus and Megis could still recruit many soldiers to strengthen their rescue team. Paulus left Antium with his army in a hurry. He did not know that a huge fleet had once again appeared on the sea near the port of Antium. Their destination was the port of Ostia. The Third Fleet's Raven warships all went along the Tiber River to Rome, leaving behind the fast three-oared warships and other small and medium-sized warships. There were more than 80 of them. They set up a cordon north of the port of Ostia to escort the arrival of the entire fleet. This is the port of Ostia in Rome? Isn't it a little too small? The merchant ship approached the port. Standing at the bow of the ship, Dios, the ironware merchant of the kingdom of Dionia, looked at the port that was gradually approaching. He could not help but look disappointed. What you see now is a port that has been expanded many times. 10 years ago, this port was even smaller, said Sostatus, the president of the Turii Chamber of Commerce. Sostatus, the president of the Tulii Chamber of Commerce, said, as a major merchant in the kingdom, he had a wide sales channel and had been to Ostia many times. It doesn't matter whether the port is big or small, but why are there so few workers at the port? The pottery merchant, Dick Boris, who had just walked out of the cabin, had a surprised look on his face. He said anxiously, "The fleet that came with us is loaded with all kinds of goods. How long will it take to unload all the goods with so few people?" As he spoke, he saw thousands of strong men in the distance lining up and arriving at the port. "Look, His Majesty has already thought of this problem. He has sent the army to unload the goods for us," Dick Boris said with a smile. The first to dock at the port were not merchant ships, but a few large passenger ships. The first to disembark were the senators from the Senate. The court clerk, Henipolis, was already standing at the port. He greeted them with a smile. "Sir Assists, Sir Androporus, Sir Terrace, Sir Nicomachus, welcome to Ostia of Latin." The senators returned the greeting. "Is His Majesty in the city?" Assists asked. "His Majesty has led the army to attack Rome, so he is not here to welcome you," Henipolis explained. "They are attacking Rome now?" The senators were surprised. They were not high-ranking generals of the Dionysian army, so it was impossible for them to know the battle plan of the Devers. However, after they decided to come to Latin, they had done some research on the situation here. Of course, they knew the status of Rome in the Latin region. It was a large city with a population of over 100,000. Would it be so easy to take it down? Moreover, Rome was deep inland and far from the coast. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for His Majesty the Devers to directly lead the army into the heart of the Latin region after conquering Ostia? Henipolis saw the surprise and worry in their hearts, but he did not elaborate. Instead, he raised a papyrus scroll tied with black cloth and said, "Sir Terrace, His Majesty has appointed you as the temporary chief executive of Ostia. You will be in charge of managing the most important port city in the Latin region. You will ensure the foreign trade of Ostia's port, the transfer of goods, and the smooth and prosperous sea and river passage to Rome." As he said this, he handed the letter of appointment to Terrace. Terrace quickly unfolded it and read it carefully. Henipolis then said to the others, "When you are in Ostia, you can assist Sir Terrace in managing this city. This will also help you understand the situation in the Latin region in advance. After His Majesty has conquered Rome, you can go to Rome." Judging from Henipolis' tone, His Majesty was very confident in conquering Rome. Assists looked at the other senators without batting an eyelid, and then expressed their understanding. At this time, Terrace, who had finished reading the Order of the Devers, asked doubtfully, "His Majesty has asked me to manage Ostia, but other than our army, there doesn't seem to be anyone else in this port. There were originally about 3,000 laborers and slaves in the port, but most of them were sent to transport the warships of the Third Fleet to Rome today. They will return soon. His Majesty has promised to give freedom to the slaves and allow laborers and slaves to join Dionia and become our citizens. In addition, there are thousands of Ostia imprisoned in the city." Henipolis suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "By the way, Sir Terrace, His Majesty wants me to remind you that although there are only a few people in Ostia, its location is very important to our expedition army. When the people of Rome recover, they will definitely come to fight for it with all their might. Therefore, although there are 3,000 soldiers in the city now, it is still slightly insufficient. However, the army is going to attack Rome with all their might and temporarily can't increase the number of troops here. Therefore, Sir Terrace, you have to ensure the safety of Ostia as your first priority. This is the key for Dionia to conquer Latin." After listening, Terrace's face became more solemn and he fell into deep thought. The reason why the Devers chose Terrace to be the governor of Ostia was that Terrace was different from the other senators who did not belong to the military system. He had received military training in Turiae for a long time and eventually became the captain of the reserve troop. Therefore, not only did he understand the military system of Dionia very well, but he also had rich commanding experience. Being the governor of Ostia could put his two strengths to good use. Of course, Assists was also a political talent who was good with both the pen and the sword, but the Devers had other plans for him. "All right, sirs, my task is done." Heniboris' tone became lighter. He pointed to the attendant beside him and said, "He will bring you to the city hall in the city. There are a few subordinates waiting for you to give orders, Sir Terrace. The accommodation of the sirs and officials, the settlement of the caravans, the transportation of the goods, and so on will all be handed over to you. In order to wait for you, I have already delayed a lot of time. Now I have to rush to Rome. The attack on Rome is such an important battle. If I can't witness it with my own eyes, how can I write the biography of His Majesty?" As Heniboris spoke, he bowed to the crowd and then jumped onto the war horse that his attendant had brought over. He led a group of cavalrymen and left. The remaining people stood at the dock and looked at each other for a moment. Terrace came back to his senses and bowed to the crowd. "Sirs, I will have to ask for your help to take over this new city of Dionia." Chapter 783. You're welcome, Sir Terrace. In this strange land, we should unite and help each other. Assists quickly said. "Yeah, that's right." The others echoed. "It's because we're going to govern a new area that we're more interested and motivated," Andrapolis also said. "Let's come to Latin together. Sir Terrace is the first to be appointed. This is great news. Although the situation is not suitable now, Terrace can owe us a banquet first. Nicomachus said half jokingly and half seriously. Of course, no problem. Just treat it as the payment for hiring you. Terrace immediately followed up. Then we can't let you get away with this banquet. It's very expensive to hire us. Assists also teased. Everyone laughed. While laughing, Terrace nodded slightly at Nicomachus, thanking him for using this method to resolve the possible jealousy in everyone's hearts. After all, they all came to Latin together, but he was the first to be appointed and placed in such an important position. Nicomachus responded with a smile. Terrace looked back at the many officials who were disembarking, as well as the cargo ships that were approaching the port. The long fleet of ships lined up all the way to the port. He immediately felt the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders, so he hurriedly said in a loud voice, "Sirs, we have to hurry to the city hall." The sun was setting in the west, dyeing the horizon blood-red. After a day of fierce fighting in Furentum, the sounds of fighting finally stopped. Instead, cheers filled the city. A bright red flag of Rome fluttered above Furentum. Dictator Camillus! The great Camillus! Long live Sir Camillus! When the dictator of Rome, Camillus, entered Furentum in full military uniform, every soldier who met or saw him stood up, saluted, and paid their respects to him. This veteran general with outstanding military achievements had once again won a glorious victory for Rome. Camillus had a kind smile on his face, praising the bravery of every soldier he met, but in fact, he was not as happy as he looked. Although he had taken the city, he did not completely wipe out the defenders in the city. Last night, some of the defenders of Furentum broke through the siege of Rome during the night. As Furentum was located at the foot of the Helnici Mountains, it was a relatively large mountain city. Although the Roman army had nearly 70,000 soldiers, it was impossible for them to encircle the city as tightly as they did on the plains. In addition, the Helnici had been defending with all their might for more than 10 days and had never had any intention of giving up this central city. Therefore, the soldiers of Rome let down their guard, allowing the enemy to successfully break through and escape into the mountains. This forced Camillus to launch an all-out attack on Furentum today. At this moment, Frias rushed over. "How's the interrogation of the captives?" Camillus asked. Some of the captives admitted that Wolsey's reinforcements and some of the warriors of the Helnici tribe chose to break through the siege last night. There were about 3,000 of them, 3,000 people. Camillus frowned. For the Roman army of nearly 70,000 people, 3,000 people was indeed insignificant, but the Roman army would not stay here for long. The remnants of the Helnici and Wolsey might cause a lot of trouble for the Roman colonists. While Camillus was having a headache over this, Frias said with a solemn expression, "Dictator, I learned another important thing from the captives. When the Wolsey persuaded them to break through, they said, 'The reinforcements of Dionia are coming, and there will be a war with the Roman army.' They advised them not to defend Furentum, but to preserve their strength first. When the Roman army goes to fight the Dionia, they will retake the city. However, they could not bear to abandon Furentum, so they did not choose to break through." Camillus's expression changed when he heard this. He immediately asked, "The reinforcements of Dionia are coming again? How many are coming?" Frias shook his head. "The captives are not clear about this. It could be a lie made up by the Wolsey to let them break through." Camillus pondered for a moment, and his face showed a hint of melancholy. He quickly made a decision. "We have left Rome for too long. Now it seems that Rome and its forces in the west are a little weak. From tomorrow onwards, the army will gradually return to Rome." As Camillus was speaking, he heard Lucius shouting, "Father! Father!" He looked up and saw his son rushing over from the city gate. There were a few people following behind him, and they looked familiar. Camillus blinked his murky eyes and said with uncertainty, "That seems to be Melugius?" Frias gave him confirmation, "That's right, that's Melugius. The chief of the city guard of Rome actually came to Furentum. Camillus and Frias looked at each other, feeling uneasy. Melugius had asked for 100 cavalrymen from Signia to escort him all the way to the south. Along the way, they even fought 2 battles with a small number of Helnici who came to intercept them. Finally, they arrived at Furenturum at dusk. Knowing that the Roman army had conquered the central town of the Helnici, Melugius could not help but feel happy for Camillus. This achievement was enough to offset the criticism of him by the senators. He staggered to Camillus and reluctantly gave a military salute. He then said while panting, "Sir Dictator, the army of Dionia landed on the coast yesterday and captured Ostia. Today they are marching towards Rome. The Senate requests you to return with the army immediately to rescue Rome." Frias was shocked when he heard this. "What? Rome, shoo?" Camillus looked at him with a serious expression. Frias immediately understood and stopped talking. He looked at the soldiers around him and did not seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. "How many people are there in the Dionysian army?" Camillus was much calmer than Frias. He asked in a deep voice. According to the report of the cavalry, there might be more than 50,000 people," Melugius replied. More than 50,000 people, that was not a small number. Camillus was shocked, mainly because he had received news that Carthage had engaged in a battle with Dionia some time ago. With Carthage's army advancing in Sicily, shouldn't Dionia be fighting with Carthage with all their might? Rome had clearly made a truce with Wolsey, and the Hernici who had turned to attack were still in the hinterland. It should not have affected Dionia much, and it should not have caused Dionia to go to war. Dionia actually ignored Carthage, who was obviously a threat to them, and instead attacked Rome, which was not a threat to them at this stage. This did not make sense. Camillus was very confused and annoyed at the same time. After all, his mistake had put Rome in a dangerous situation. But now was not the time for regrets. He had to make a decision quickly. He calmed himself down and immediately gave an order. Frias immediately informed Quintus, Licinius, and the other generals to the main tent for an emergency military meeting. "Yes, Melugius." Camillus looked at the haggard young man and said apologetically, "I know you are very tired, but the situation is urgent now, and I still need your help. Sit down first, recover some strength, and drink some water." "Dictator, I am fine, I can still hold on." Melugius immediately puffed up his chest and said. Half an hour later, the main generals of the Rome army gathered in the main tent of the military camp. After listening to the Senate's order brought by Melugius, the whole tent was in an uproar. Camillus coughed, and his son, Lucius, immediately shouted, "Quiet! Everyone, please be quiet." "Generals," Camillus sat on the main seat and said with a solemn expression, "Rome is under attack, we must return as soon as possible. But the soldiers have just taken down Furenturum and need time to rest. Moreover, it is night time now, and it is very dangerous for the army to march in the dark. So I have decided to lead the army back tomorrow." Quintus immediately stood up and objected, "Dictator, there are only a few thousand soldiers stationed in the city of Rome, while the enemy has tens of thousands of people. The Senate has no choice but to recruit the elderly and children as soldiers. It will normally take 2 to 3 days to return to Rome from here. If we delay for one night, many people in Rome will die. We better hurry up and return immediately. If we return at this time, not to mention that the soldiers are already very tired, just the tens of thousands of people marching in the dark alone will be a big problem. If we encounter an attack from the Hernici or other enemies, they only need a small number of people to cause chaos among our tens of thousands of people, or even defeat us. Who will be responsible for this failure?" Titus Quinctius Cincinnatus loudly objected. "All right, all of you, stop arguing. I have not finished what I wanted to say just now." Camillus stretched out his hands and gestured for everyone to calm down. He said, "Although the army cannot march at night, a small number of troops can still do it with careful arrangements. Quintus, Licinius. Each of you will lead 20 elite platoons and set off immediately along the Tullarus River. Try to reach the vicinity of Rome by tomorrow night. During the attack on the Hernici, as the battle line moved forward, the transport line was stretched. In order to prevent the Hernici and their allies from attacking Rome's supply transport, Camillus built a small defensive camp every 5 or 6 miles on the east bank of the Tullarus River. Generally, there were 2 or 3 platoons stationed there to escort the supply transport. Now, they could become the biggest help for the Roman army in the dark. Chapter 784. Yes, Sir Dictator. We will reach Rome by tomorrow night. Quintus and Licinius immediately stood up and promised loudly. When you arrive outside Rome, you must observe the situation on the battlefield. Do not attack rashly. Instead, you must put pressure on the Dionysian army so that they will not dare to attack Rome with full force. Camillus patiently warned his men, then he said in a deep voice, I will do my best to lead the army to arrive the day after tomorrow night and meet with you. Then we will fight to the death with the Dionia. When the generals in the tent heard this, their uneasiness after learning the news turned into excitement. At night, when everything was quiet, most of the people of Rome in the city and the Dionia soldiers outside the city were asleep. However, outside the northeast wall of Rome, hundreds of soldiers quietly came out of the camp of the First Legion of Dionia. They wore black shirts and black scarves over their heads. Leather shields and short swords were tied tightly to their backs, and a small bag of beef jerky was tied to their waists. In this pitch-black night, they quietly moved southwest and crossed the open Piazza de Mars. The Piazza de Mars was originally a wide wetland caused by the long-term flooding of the Tiber River. Servius, the 6th king of Rome, drained and filled the wetland, and finally obtained this vast flat land, which he named Piazza de Mars. Using the name of the god of war of Rome, it could be seen that this flat land was originally used to gather troops, but later it was also used as a voting place for the citizens' assembly. After all, the city of Rome did not have enough open space to accommodate all the citizens. However, after the arrival of the Dionysian army, the people of Rome retreated to defend the city, and the Piazza de Mars was left empty because it was located outside the northern wall. When the group came to the edge of the Piazza de Mars, they saw the towering city wall in front of them and the dark mountain behind it. It was the mountain that occupied an important position in the hearts of the people of Rome, Capitoline. After these people determined the direction, they quietly followed the direction of the city wall and turned west. After walking for a while, they heard the sound of flowing water. The Tiber River was in front of them. These people immediately spread out and searched along the riverbank. Soon, someone shouted in a low voice, "Captain, over here!" The one who was addressed as captain was none other than the captain of the Mountain Ridge Scouts, Izamu. The place where the soldiers stood had 2 thick wooden pillars. They had been driven deep into the ground, and the part above the ground was only half the height of a person. Between the wooden pillars was a wooden plank that led all the way to the river, but it was broken midway. This was a destroyed wooden bridge. Zam looked ahead and saw a vague outline of land less than 20 meters away from the shore. He knew it was the island in the middle of the river called Tiberina by the people of Rome. Before the Dionysian army arrived in Rome, the people of Rome evacuated the people living on the island and destroyed the wooden bridges that led to it. If the people of Rome hadn't evacuated the island, they might have discovered our actions, Izam thought. He then said in a low voice, "Bring the rope here and tie it to this wooden pole." More than 10 people carried a large bundle of rope that was as thick as a spear and tied one end of the rope to the wooden pole. "Is Tarentus ready?" Zam asked in a low voice. "Captain, I can't wait any more," a strong soldier replied in a slightly stiff voice. "All right, it's up to you." Zam hammered his sturdy chest with his fist. He turned around and said to the other soldiers, "Tie it up for him." The team members tied the other end of the rope around his waist. He did not carry a leather shield or a short sword. Instead, he had a rope hook, an iron saw, and a big iron pincer. After the rope was tied around his waist, the team members tugged on it and felt that it was very sturdy. Zam looked at the warrior from Masapi with anticipation and encouraged him. The Hades will protect you. Go and become a hero of the kingdom like Thurian. Tarentus solemnly saluted. Zam and the team members also solemnly returned the salute. Tarentus wore the vest made of inflatable lamb's belly under his arm. Then, he grabbed the rope with both hands and walked backward toward the river. The coldness of the river caused his skin to tighten. The slippery bottom of the river made him unable to stand up straight. The river Tiber seemed to flow slowly during the day, but when he walked into the river, he could feel how strong its momentum was. Tarentus could not help but flow downstream. Fortunately, the rope around his waist was holding his body back. His team members were slowly releasing the rope like a tug-of-war, allowing him to slowly move downstream. Not long after, he saw that the river bank in front of him was no longer flat. It had become a bank that was 7 to 8 meters tall. It stood straight beside Tarentus. Tarentus had observed the terrain beforehand. He knew that this meant that he had already passed the walls of Rome. Even though he was still by the river, the water had become deeper. He could not step on the bottom of the river. Fortunately, the buoyancy of the lamb's belly allowed him to float on the surface of the river. He slowly drifted downstream. Tarentus' eyes were wide open as he stared ahead. Not long after, he saw the Rome bridge lying across the river in front of him. It was the bridge that the commander had mentioned many times. He was instantly delighted. The rope that the Mountain Ridge scouts were holding onto was originally very tight, but it suddenly loosened up. The team members were also delighted. They should have arrived. Zam's expression was solemn. He asked in a low voice, "How long is the rope?" The team member who was in charge of counting answered, "Nearly 250 meters. Then we should have arrived." Zam was so sure because he had asked Vaucres and a few other former citizens of Rome in detail beforehand. At this moment, Tarentus was hugging the pillar closest to the bank. He turned his head to look at the bank. With the dim moonlight from the crescent moon in the sky, he could vaguely see a big, dark hole on the bank near the bridge. It was about 4 meters from the river. Tarentus was delighted again. He knew that he had found the famous drainage system of Rome that the commander had mentioned, the Maxim sewer. Thus, he untied the pickaxe hanging from his waist and untied the cloth that was wrapped around it. His other hand continuously tugged at the rope. Soon, the team members who received the signal pulled him back. He took the opportunity to paddle with his hands and feet, getting closer to the bank. After a while, the rope was lowered bit by bit, and he was washed to the bottom of the sewer. It was easy to see where the sewer was because it had an unpleasant stench, and the bank was wet and covered in moss. Tarentus immediately raised the pickaxe and stabbed it hard. The sharp tip of the pickaxe plunged into a crack in the stone. He grabbed the pickaxe with one hand and tugged at the rope with the other. This was to tell his team members to stop releasing the rope and tighten the rope to keep him in this position. Then, he patiently untied the hook on his body and grabbed the end of the rope in his hand. He estimated the distance and threw it above his head. He heard a crisp clang above his head. He cursed inwardly and hurriedly dodged. The iron hook brushed past his body and fell into the river. That was close. Tarentus did not immediately pull up the rope that fell into the river. Instead, he stuck to the bank and carefully observed the movements on the bridge. He was afraid that the patrolling soldiers of Rome would hear him, but he had obviously underestimated the Tiber River. Even though it looked calm and was not as turbulent as when Thurian crossed the Crati River in the past, the river had been crashing against the bridge and the bank for many years. The deep and heavy sound was enough to absorb any faint sounds around him. After a while, seeing that there were no movements on the bridge or the bank, Tarentus threw the hook in his hand again. He first heard a slightly smaller, crisp sound, followed by a low, muffled sound. The hook did not fall. Tarentus was delighted. He stretched out his hand and tugged hard. The rope was very taut. It seemed that the hook was very firmly hooked. He pulled the pickaxe out with force and hung it back at his waist. Then, he grabbed the hook with both hands and slowly climbed up. This section of the bank was where the sewage from the sewer was discharged. It was relatively slippery. Terentius slipped a few times and his body hit the stone wall, but he held back and did not make a sound. Finally, he climbed to the exit of the sewer and grabbed the iron grate that blocked the exit. The Maxim sewer was originally a drainage ditch dug by the people of Rome to drain the flooded river between the hills. This project happened to be built by the last king of Rome, Talvin. Its original location was in the Forum of Rome next to the Senate. As the city of Rome improved and the population increased, there was no longer a need to drain the sewer and remove the silt. Instead, the discharge of domestic sewage became a concern for the people. So, every household began to dig a drainage ditch in front of their house and connect it to the original large drainage ditch. They discharged all kinds of sewage produced in their homes into the Tiber River through the drainage ditch. Over time, the number of drainage ditches increased and became longer. They covered the entire city of Rome, and their routes were extremely complicated. The people of Rome constantly discharged dirty water, sewage, feces, urine, and even various kinds of garbage into the sewers. This often caused the drainage ditches to be blocked and the stench to reach the sky. Occasionally, it would also lead to the outbreak of diseases. Later, a senator named Maxim in the Senate proposed a bill to establish a new department and send special public officials of the city to manage the drainage ditches in Rome. The motion was approved by almost unanimous vote. So, the drainage ditches were widened and dug deep. The ground was paved with stone slabs, and it was regularly dredged. From then on, the drainage ditches became sewers. The people of Rome also created a god for this complicated sewer system, the goddess Cloacina. The exit of this sewer was as tall as a person and was nearly circular. The iron gate was solidly welded into the stone wall, and each iron rod was as thick as an adult's finger. However, this iron gate was obviously very old. It was covered in rust, especially at the bottom of the iron gate, which had long been corroded by the sewage that was discharged every day. The thickness of the iron gate was uneven. Chapter 785. After Terentius touched the iron gate once, he had an idea. He untied the rope around his waist and tied it firmly to the iron gate. Then, he pulled the rope with force. After getting the response from his teammates, he grabbed the iron pole with one hand and squatted down. He untied the tools on his body, took out the saw, and used it to saw the iron pole below. Just as he was busy, Zam held back his excitement and immediately sent out another scout team member. The scout grabbed onto the rope that was already connected and successfully reached the bottom of the sewer from the broken bridge. He easily climbed to the exit and gestured at Terentius. Without saying a word, he took off his tools and did the same thing as his teammate, saw the metal pole and used a pair of pliers to break it. This went on for more than 20 minutes. Finally, there was an opening at the bottom of the iron bars. Terentius took off the items on his body and threw them into the hole through the gap between the iron rods. He then crouched down and stuck close to the slippery moss and smelly dirty water. He crawled into the hole with great effort. He then leaned his sore and numb body against the stone wall as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He was so tired that he could no longer care about the filthy garbage stuck to the waterway. His teammate quickly crawled in and pulled the rope that was tied to the iron bars. Zam, who was originally at the riverbank, could not hold back his excitement. He said in a low voice, "We did it! We did it! Brothers, follow me. Let's enter Rome together." In the morning, the divers were woken up by Clodocattac. Last night, divers had been busy thinking about today's siege. It was only late at night when he received a message from Zam's messenger that he felt relieved. He couldn't resist the urge to sleep and slept until now. When they were woken up, the divers were still in a daze. He blurted out, "What happened?" "No, father. The commanders are waiting for you to give the order to attack," Clodocatax quickly replied. The Devers realized that he had lost his composure. He patted his face and felt more awake. He then stood up and said, "Bring me armor." The servant immediately brought the armor and helped the Devers put it on. Clodocatax also helped. "Don't worry. Don't panic." Devers comforted his son and asked, "How's the weather?" "Father, it's a sunny day," Clodocatax answered briskly. "This is a good sign." Devers smiled and took the helmet from the servant. After putting it on, he calmly adjusted it and said, "Let's go and meet the main characters of today's siege." As he spoke, he strode towards the big tent next to him. "Your Majesty!" The generals in the tent immediately stood up and saluted. They then looked at the Devers with bright eyes as he walked to the main seat. 1st Legion Commander Amintas, 2nd Legion Commander Martonis, Legio III Commander Lazuru, Legio IV Commander Olivers, 5th Legion Commander Geogres, Legio VI Commander Trotyras, 1st Cavalry Commander Leds, 2nd Cavalry Commander Cusius, 3rd Fleet Navy Commander Middleades. The Devers' gaze slowly swept across them. Every face that was rough and scarred from years of battle was now filled with excitement and anticipation. At this moment, in the eyes of the Devers, the shining stars in the big tent gave him more confidence. He smiled and said, "It seems that everyone is very confident. What are you waiting for? Get ready to attack." "Yes, Your Majesty." The generals also responded with a smile. "Lazuru and Middleades, you lead the 3rd Fleet and Legio III to attack half an hour after the other legions attack." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Devers specifically gave this one sentence and then said resolutely, "Everyone, you must attack Rome before dark. I will wait here for the news of your victory." On Capitoline Hill in Rome, in the magnificent temple of Jupiter, the high priest Cato Julius Juris was praying to the god devoutly. Behind them were many elders of Rome, as well as some senior officers led by Scipio the Great, the chief of the city guards. The sacrificial ceremony in Rome was relatively simple. After the prayer ended, the divination priests appeared. They were holding a rooster with a red crown on its head and mostly red feathers. A priest scattered a handful of black beans on the ground and then let go of the rooster. The rooster, who was originally listless, it had not been fed since yesterday afternoon, saw the black beans on the ground. Its eyes suddenly widened, and its legs moved quickly. Its wings kept flapping, and it pounced on the black beans like lightning. Then, it kept pecking at the black beans with its head, making the people around it dizzy. In the blink of an eye, the black beans were eaten clean by the rooster. Not a single one was left. The rooster was still not satisfied and wandered around the temple, looking for new food. Seeing the performance of the holy rooster, the people watching were all happy. There was no need for the priest to make a final conclusion. Everyone was happy. This was a good omen. At this time, the divination priests outside the temple had also completed their task. The most important divination method for the Rome priests was to divide the sky into 4 parts, and then see which part of the sky had abnormalities, such as dark clouds, flocks of birds, showers. They would decide whether these abnormalities were good or bad omens. After entering the temple, they announced loudly, "Good omen! Good omen!" Cheers immediately rang out inside and outside the temple. When the people and soldiers at the foot of the mountain heard the cheers coming from the top of the mountain, they immediately felt confident. At this moment, woo! A loud bugle call came from outside the city. The people on Capitoline Hill suddenly had a change of expression. The Dionia's attack had begun? Scipio the Great hurried to the edge of the cliff and looked northwest. In the distance, many figures had appeared in front of the enemy's camp. It was the camp of the 1st Legion of Dionia, and they had begun to line up. Scipio the Great maintained a calm expression and turned to the generals and said, "The Dionia has begun to attack. All of you return to your respective defense areas and command the people to defend Rome." "Yes." The generals answered with vigor. Scipio the Great led them down the mountain in a hurry. Most of the people crowded at the foot of the mountain were women and children. They took the initiative to make way for the generals and wish them victory and drive away the enemy. After the emergency mobilization the night before and yesterday, the city of Rome had recruited about 25,000 soldiers. Scipio the Great divided the troops into 4 parts according to the situation of the Dionia camp outside the city. 5,000 soldiers defended the northeast wall, 5,000 soldiers defended the west wall, 10,000 soldiers defended the south wall, which corresponded to the huge Dionia camp outside the city, and the remaining less than 5,000 soldiers defended the bridge of Rome in the north. The one in charge of the defense of the northeast wall was Marcus Attilius. He was originally the chief of the cavalry among the 3,000 elite soldiers who stayed in Rome. He was born into a prominent Roman family and was a veteran general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Therefore, Scipio Africanus entrusted him with the responsibility of defending the northeast wall, which had the longest range of defense and was the farthest from the center of Rome. So after going down the mountain, he did not need to walk far and immediately went to the top of the wall next to Capitoline Hill. Some Rome soldiers immediately surrounded him. "General, the enemy has begun to attack." The people surrounding him were all teenagers who were not even 18 years old. Their childish faces were intertwined with excitement and nervousness. They had long since held their spears and leather shields in their hands. The way they looked at Marcus was like how a child would look at its parent with admiration. "Don't panic. Our walls are so high, and the trenches are so deep. The enemy can't attack us. Jupiter has given us a good omen. The holy chicken has eaten all the fodder, and the Dionia will be defeated. Jupiter will protect Rome." After listening to Marcus' words of encouragement, the soldiers cheered. Marcus squeezed out of the crowd and found his adjutant. With a solemn expression, he said in a deep voice, "Go and inform the platoon leaders to control their soldiers and hold their positions. No one is allowed to run around. Otherwise, they will be punished by military law." The adjutant immediately went to carry out the military order. Marcus saw a row of soldiers sitting against the outer wall. Their weapons and even helmets were placed on the ground beside their hand. At a glance, almost all of them had gray hair. They were talking to each other in a relaxed manner, as if they did not know that a battle was coming. These were all Roman citizens above the age of 50. Although their strength had faded due to old age, and their bones were no longer as strong as before, almost all of them were battle-hardened. Therefore, compared to the young soldiers who had yet to experience battle, Marcus trusted these real veterans more. This was also his helplessness. In his team, other than the old and young, there were only some civilians and slaves. In his heart, these people who almost caused a big mess yesterday were not worthy of his complete trust. Marcus placed his hands on the battlements and looked into the distance. The Dionia's siege troops had advanced to a distance where he could see them clearly. The Dionia's siege troops were divided into groups of a dozen heavy infantry. They carried a long and wide wooden board on their heads and lined up in loose columns. The columns were spaced apart, and they approached the wall at a steady pace. "Blow the bugle and get the soldiers ready for battle," Marcus ordered. The bugle was soon blown. Under the command of the platoon leaders, the Rome soldiers quickly put on their armor, picked up their weapons, and stood in a defensive position. They watched the approaching enemy and were ready to attack at any time. The older citizens acted as auxiliary soldiers, carrying bundles of javelins, arrows, cans of tar, and even stones and wood. They placed them on the designated walkways. The front-line Dionian soldiers were less than 150 meters away from the city walls, which was within the firing range of the archers on top of the city walls. Marcus did not give the order to attack, but there were still sparse arrows being fired from the city walls. Chapter 786. When Marcus saw this, he immediately shouted, "Listen to the order! Don't attack indiscriminately! Don't shoot arrows! Don't shoot arrows!" The messenger ran along the wall while conveying Marcus' order. In Marcus' view, the front line of the Dionia's siege troops were originally heavy infantry. Arrows posed little threat to them, not to mention that they had wooden planks on top of their heads. In a situation where they could hardly achieve anything, there was no need to waste arrows and consume the strength of the soldiers. The Dionia soldiers had arrived in front of the trench that was only more than 20 meters away from the city wall. They put down the wooden planks on top of their heads and placed them on the ground in front of the trench. At this moment, Marcus gave the order to attack and took the lead to throw a javelin. So, the Roman soldiers who were already prepared shot javelins and arrows at the enemy not far below the city wall. Unexpectedly, as soon as the Dionia soldiers put down the wooden planks, they immediately ran back, causing most of the long-range attacks to miss. While these heavy infantry ran back, they approached the city wall in a strange formation in the distance. Tortoise-shell formation. The Roman soldiers on the city wall were in a commotion. Since the reform of the Roman army in the past 10 years, the most practical tactic of sieging a city actually appeared in the enemy's formation. Although they had heard from the citizens who had fought with the Dionia before that Dionia's tactics were very similar to those of Rome, when it really appeared in front of Marcus and the Roman soldiers, it still made their hearts palpitate. When these Dionia heavy infantry came in front of the wooden planks, they quickly dispersed into the tortoise-shell formation, and then quickly formed a row of shield walls diagonally facing the city wall. Their movements were so fast that it seemed like they had gone through countless training sessions. Before the Roman soldiers on the city wall could react, they had already completed the formation change. Then, under the protection of the shield formation, 7 or 8 unarmored Dionia soldiers squatted on the ground and shouted slogans together. They pushed one end of the wooden planks, trying to push the planks across the 5-meter-wide trench so that the other end of the planks could be placed on the other side of the trench to form a simple wooden bridge. How could the Roman soldiers let them succeed so easily? The rain of arrows and javelins poured down and hit the shield formation. Ding! Bang! 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 Occasionally, a javelin pierced through the shield and stabbed the soldier's arms. Some arrows passed through the gap between the shields and injured the soldiers' unprotected thighs. However, they still endured the pain and maintained the integrity of the shield formation. Soon, more than 20 wooden bridges were set up on the trench. The Dionia soldiers helped their injured teammates up and began to retreat. As they retreated, they quickly transformed the shield formation into a tortoise-shell formation. The enemy's ability to change formations skillfully maintained the stability of the shield formation in the face of strong long-range attacks, retreat quickly, and take care of the injured soldiers. This was definitely an extremely well-trained and experienced team. Marcus knew that he had encountered a strong enemy, but he had no time to feel panic at this moment. Fire the arrows and burn those wooden bridges. He pointed to the wooden planks on the trench below the city and hurriedly ordered. The auxiliary soldiers immediately wrapped tarred cloth strips around the arrowheads and handed them to the archers. While the Dionia soldiers under the city were retreating, more soldiers formed a larger tortoise-shell formation and advanced toward the city wall. Behind these tortoise-shell formations were nearly 1,000 soldiers without armor. Some of them had bows on their shoulders. They lined up in a looser formation, and they were about to enter the shooting range of the arrows. It's the Dionia light infantry. The Roman platoon jarls on the top of the city wall quickly made a judgment and decided to give them a head-on attack to prevent them from approaching the city wall and posing a threat to the defenders. When the Roman soldiers aimed their arrows at them, the Dionia light infantry stopped 150 meters away. Marcus was a little puzzled when he saw some of the Dionia light infantry constantly swinging their arms. Soon, he saw countless black dots whizzing over, and most of them smashed on the wall below the Roman soldiers, creating a series of crackling noises. Ah! A soldier not far from Marcus suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. He was bleeding from his brow bone. The soldiers picked up the object and handed it to Marcus. It was a black lead ball that was smaller than an egg. Marcus weighed it in his hand. It was still a little heavy. Stone throwers. These were the Dionia stone throwers that Camillus mentioned. Marcus suddenly remembered the battle report that Camillus made in the Senate. That's right, these were the Rhode Island stone throwers, the unique unit of the First Legion. They were also the only one left in the entire Dionysian army. After the first throw, they made adjustments according to the landing point. So when they waved the catapult again and threw the lead ball, it was obviously more accurate this time. Most of the lead balls fell on the top of the city wall. The Roman soldiers hurriedly put their long shields on top of their heads. The archers did not have protective gear, so they could only dodge to the side of the heavy infantry. The section of the city wall where Marcus was located was in a panic. At this time, the Dionia tortoiseshell formation had arrived in front of the wooden bridge. They quickly spread out, revealing 2 ladders hidden in the formation. Every 6 soldiers carried a ladder that was 20 meters long. They quickly rushed over the wooden bridge and rushed to the city wall in front of them. The heavy infantry, with swords and shields in hand, followed closely behind and crossed the trench. The Roman soldiers on the top of the city wall did not care to avoid the incoming lead balls. They began to throw javelins and fire arrows. Under such a fierce attack, the Dionia heavy infantry began to suffer casualties, but at this time, they could not care about rescuing their comrades. The soldier carrying the ladder fell down, and the soldier closest to him immediately put down his sword and shield and stepped forward to take his place. Like this, the soldiers quickly raised the ladder high and quickly leaned against the wall. Then, they quickly pulled the ladder down diagonally. The sharp foot of the ladder plunged into the soil, and the curved iron hooks tied at the top hooked onto the battlements. With soldiers on both sides holding the ladder stood quite steadily. The Dionia heavy infantry protected their heads with their left hand and climbed up the ladder with their right hand. The juvenile soldiers of Rome began to play their role. Some threw stones and logs down, some poured thin oil and threw torches, some poured freshly boiled water down, and some used swords to slash at the joint of the ladder and the iron hook. The light infantry of the First Legion of Dionia had also rushed to the bottom of the city wall. They threw arrows and javelins at the top of the wall. The Roman soldiers who attacked from below but exposed their bodies outside the battlements became the focus of their attack. Brothers, you have done a good job. You have steadily attacked the bottom of the wall without suffering many losses. Amyntas had arrived at the back of the stone throwers, less than 200 meters away from the city wall. This way, it was convenient for him to observe the situation and give commands. He was very satisfied with the progress of the siege so far, so he said to Printos next to him, "This is all thanks to you." The Devers were worried that Amyntas would take too much of a risk and cause the First Legion to suffer too many losses, so they sent Printos because they had a good relationship with each other. Printos said modestly, "It's mainly because the First Legion that you lead is well-trained, Commander. Yes, the First Legion is the strongest, and the reserve soldiers that were replenished did not embarrass the tourists. They are not any worse than the veterans. It's a pity that His Majesty didn't hand over the siege towers, siege vehicles, and ballistae to the First Legion. Otherwise, the enemies on the walls would have suffered even more." Amyntas complained loudly. Printos did not answer. Before he came, the Devers had warned him that this time, the First Legion would be the auxiliary attack. The First Legion had suffered a lot in the previous battles, so they did not have to go all out this time. They could be used in the later battles. As the Deputy Chief of Staff, Printos actually knew that His Majesty the Devers still had a consideration in mind. They could not always let the First Legion be the main force. They had to give the other legions a chance to do so. This was not only a balance, but it was also beneficial to train the other legions and improve the overall combat power of the Dionysian army. However, even without those siege weapons, the First Legion can still attack Rome before the other legions. Amyntas said confidently, Printos, in half an hour, I will send the remaining 3 brigades to put more pressure on the people of Rome. Printos was shocked and tried to persuade him in a euphemistic way. Commander, the siege has just begun. Should we observe the enemy's defense before making a decision? Besides, it is still uncertain whether the allies of Rome will come to help. We must always pay attention to the reports from the scouts. So, these 3 brigades are the reserve. It is better not to move for the time being. Aminta's eyes widened. He was about to lose his temper, but he quickly held it back. He had been in the Dionysian army for so many years, so his mind was much more meticulous than his rough appearance. Before the war, why did His Majesty the Devers send Printos to the First Legion? Was it not His Majesty's order that he said these words? Amintas suddenly did not want to speak. He just put his hands on his hips and kept watching the battle in front of him. He no longer looked at Printos. Scipio the Great stood in the middle of the south wall, which was the closest place to the center of Rome. Because the back of the left and right walls were next to Mount Ascuri and Mount Sirio, even if the people of Dionia broke through the 2 parts of the wall, it would be impossible for them to quickly advance into the city because of the hills behind them. Therefore, this place would be the focus of the attack of the people of Dionia. Chapter 787. At first glance, Scipio the Great and the soldiers were shocked. They thought it was a miracle. However, Scipio the Great quickly understood and ordered his guards to shout, "There are people in the carriages! There are people in the carriages!" Thus, the panic of the soldiers was dispelled. Scipio the Great and the soldiers watched as the hundreds of wooden carriages entered the range of the archers, but there was nothing they could do. After a while, the wooden carriages at the front stopped in front of the trench, and the wooden carriages at the back quickly followed. One by one, the wooden carriages connected from end to end. Soon, 5 wooden carriages were formed in front of the trench, extending beyond the range of the archers. Behind them, there were many carts filled with the sacks made by the Dionia soldiers yesterday. Countless unarmored Dionia soldiers lined up and passed the sacks forward one by one. The soldiers who pushed the wooden carriages earlier did the same. Soon, the sacks were thrown into the trench one after another. This strange way of filling the trench surprised the Roman soldiers on the wall, but it made them even more nervous. Although Scipio the Great did not know what these wooden carriages were used for, he still ordered the soldiers to fire arrows at them out of instinct. However, the wooden carriages at the front were covered with a thin layer of soil and wrapped in soaked linen, so it was not easy to ignite them. At the same time, many wooden carriages with a wide wooden plank erected in front of them were lined up side by side, advancing toward the wall in the middle of the 5 wooden carriages. The ones pushing them were the light infantry of the 2nd Legion of Dionia. With the wooden plank as a shield, the arrows could hardly hurt them. These wooden carriages were pushed to the front of the trench, forming a wooden wall that was not very continuous. The light infantry of Dionia fired arrows at the Roman soldiers on the wall through the gaps between the wooden plank. Audorus was in a wooden carriage. Like the other soldiers, he was not wearing any armor. This was to conserve his energy and make it faster to carry out his mission. In fact, Audorus did not know how many sacks he had passed to the front, but he still felt very energetic. At this time, the captain at the front shouted, "Brothers, pay attention! Push the carriages forward!" Before the siege, the officers had told the soldiers the plan of action, so Audorus knew that the trench in front had been filled. The wooden carriages in front would be moved to the trench, compacted the ground, and covered with wooden planks. This way, the siege weapons could pass through the trench. Although the wooden carriages were large, except for the wooden roofs and sides, the interior was hollow, so they were not heavy. The wooden carriages had 2 wheels, so they could be stuck on the walls of the carriages instead of connecting the 2 sides with a long axle. This ensured that the wooden carriages could pass through the middle without any obstruction. Adonis and his comrades pushed the wooden carriages forward. Soon, the wooden carriages were connected with the front and back, and soon connected with the front and rear wooden carriages. Adonis. Wooden planks were passed from the wooden carriages. Adoris. Then, the officers organized the soldiers in the wooden carriages to retreat in an orderly manner. When Martones, who was at the front of the siege formation, heard from his men that Adoris was fine and had retreated with the other soldiers, he heaved a sigh of relief. He ordered his adjutant, "You can let the heavy infantry attack now. Thanks for your hard work, brothers. It's our turn now." The legionnaires who passed by Adoris and his comrades said in high spirits, "May Hades bless you." Adoris and his comrades gave their blessings to their comrades. Then, they started to put on their armor and looked at the fully armed legionnaires enviously. Some of them were carrying ladders, while others were holding spears and shields. They lined up in 2 columns and quickly entered the wooden carriages. Soon, they appeared at the opposite side of the city. The siege began. When Martones saw the ladders hanging all over the city wall and the soldiers of the 2nd Legion gathered at the foot of the wall, he could not wait to give another order. "Let the siege towers attack." Under the orders of the messenger, many more soldiers rushed to the front. Their mission was to push the wooden carts into the trenches. This would not only provide more paths for the follow-up troops to attack the city, but it would also allow the large-scale siege weapons to be pushed to the bottom of the city, clearing the obstacles. As some of the wooden carriages had been set ablaze by the fire arrows, the soldiers had to expend more energy to push them away. After the wooden cart was pushed away, what was revealed was an extremely smooth road leading to the city walls. Scipio the Great ordered his soldiers to attack the Dionia heavy infantry at the foot of the city wall, as well as the Dionia light infantry at the foot of the trench. Therefore, he could not stop the Dionia soldiers from pushing the wooden carriages away. He was also puzzled by the seemingly unnecessary action of the Dionia soldiers. Not long after, he saw 5 towering wooden towers in the distance. They seemed to be taller than the city wall, and they were slowly approaching the city wall. He was just as shocked as the soldiers around him. In his long career, he had participated in many sieges. The most difficult one was undoubtedly the Siege of Venus, which lasted for almost 10 years. Although it was difficult, it had also enriched his experience in sieging and defending a city. But today, Dionia's novel method of sieging a city had already made him a little nervous. Now, the appearance of the super siege towers had completely shocked him and the soldiers of Rome. After all, the surrounding forces that he had faced in the past were either inferior to the military technology of Rome or equivalent to that of Rome. On the other hand, the kingdom of Dionia had completely crushed Rome in this aspect. This showed the gap between the civilizations, and it made Scipio the Great feel a little helpless. But he quickly pulled himself together and shouted, "Prepare the fire arrows! Burn them with fire!" The engineering team of Dionia was able to build 5 siege towers in a day, not only because they had a large number of builders, but also because the Devers had considered the needs of the siege before they set off. They had asked them to make some key components of the siege machines in advance, and brought them along with the army. For example, the wheels, axles, pulleys, and the L-shaped iron frame used to fasten the wooden joints of the siege towers. This allowed the engineers and carpenters to save time and complete the task in the past 1.5 days. Compared to the siege towers of Syracuse, this siege tower was very different. Its front was less than 3 meters wide, just the same as the width of a wooden cart. Therefore, it could smoothly pass through the few sections of the trenches that had been leveled. The rear of the siege tower was slanted downward, forming a trapezoid shape. Wooden ladders were placed on the outside, allowing the soldiers to smoothly and quickly enter each floor of the siege tower. As the siege tower was being pushed forward, the wooden window of the second to last floor was opened. The bowstring of a belly bow was pulled open, and iron arrows were loaded. The soldiers pressed the trigger, and the iron arrows whistled through the air and flew to the top of the wall in a flash, piercing the chests of several Roman soldiers and bringing them down to the back of the city. The power of the belly bow terrified the Roman soldiers who were facing the siege tower. They had to divert their attention to guard against this terrible killing weapon. Naturally, they could not focus on attacking the Daionia soldiers who were climbing up the wall. If it were not for the mobile troops deployed by Scipio the Great on the wall, the Daionia soldiers would have almost reached the top of the wall. Before the Roman soldiers could catch their breath, the Daionia light infantry at the top of the siege tower began to throw arrows at the defenders who were already within shooting range. While the 2nd Legion was attacking, the Legio 6 soldiers on the east side of the 2nd Legion, under the command of Legion Commander Trotyras, also adopted the same siege method as the 1st Legion. They launched an attack on the eastern section of the southern wall of Rome, forcing the defenders there to defend with all their strength. They dared not send any troops to assist Scipio the Great. On the western section of the southern wall, the 5th Legion led by Georges and the Legio 4 led by Olivers concentrated on attacking the southwest corner of the Rome wall. Dozens of ballistae had been bombarding this section of the wall since yesterday afternoon. Today, 1/5 of the ballistae had been damaged, but the 2 Legion commanders were not stingy. They ordered the ballistae to continue attacking since the early hours of the morning, and they focused on the lower part of the wall. After being hit by the stone bullets for a long time, the stones on the outer wall were shattered, and large pieces fell off. In some places, a thick layer of rammed earth was exposed. Then, the ballistae concentrated their live ammunition on the highest part of the wall. Although some of the stone bullets crossed the wall, the stone bullets that hit the wall caused stone shards to fly everywhere, causing danger to the defenders at the top of the wall. They had no choice but to retreat. The heavy infantry of Daionia took the opportunity to carry thick wooden planks, rushed to the trench, and laid them on it. The heavy infantry carried ladders, stepped on the planks, crossed the trench, and began to attack the city. The ballistae attack also stopped. Among the attacking tide, there were also siege wagons and lion chariot. They were carefully pushed across the wooden bridge by the soldiers and rolled towards the wall that was exposed by the rammed earth. The entire city of Rome was surrounded by high walls. There was only one place without walls, and that was the north side of the Rome bridge, which was more than a mile away on both sides. However, it was blocked by the wide Tiber River in front of it, and there was a steep embankment that was 7 to 8 meters high as a barrier. The people of Rome regarded it as the safest place. A few decades ago, in the 2 wars with Venus, the biggest enemy of Rome in the Tiber River Valley, the people of Rome repelled the enemy's attack by holding the bridge. This time, when the people of Daionia occupied the other side of the bridge, the former patrol captain in charge of the northern defense of Rome, Pullo Cassius, was still prepared to adopt the same tactic. Chapter 788. But from early in the morning, the situation of the battle was completely different from what Cassius Pullo had imagined. The Daionia launched 10 ballistae on the opposite bank and began to fire stone bullets. When the stone bullets flew over the Tiber River and fell into the Roman formation, causing casualties, Cassius had to order the soldiers to disperse and retreat to the residential area 50 meters away from the embankment. He believed that even if the Daionia army rushed forward through the bridge, the Roman soldiers would still have enough time to rush up and intercept the enemy outside the city of Rome. The Daionia ballistae no longer attacked the Roman soldiers hiding in the residential area. Instead, they bombarded the 4 towers on both sides of the bridge on the opposite bank. In every round of whistling stone bullets, there were always 2 or 3 that hit the towers. The roar really worried Cassius. He had to urgently order the archers stationed on the towers to withdraw quickly. His concern was right. After more than 10 minutes, the 2 crumbling towers closest to the bridge finally collapsed. Then, the Daionia ballistae concentrated on the 2 outermost towers. Cassius and the soldiers could only watch helplessly as the rocks bombarded the towers one after another, causing 4 of the towers to finally fall, letting out a deafening roar and stirring up a cloud of dust. One could imagine the helplessness in their hearts. They even hoped that the Daonians would immediately attack and engage them in close combat. That way, they would not have to hear and see the terrifying bombardment of the rocks anymore. However, when the Daionia army had used the ballistae to completely destroy the towers that the Roman army had in the sky, they stopped using the ballistae. The sudden silence on the battlefield made the Roman army puzzled. At this time, the Legio III captain, Lazzaro, who stood on the opposite bank, said to the Third Fleet's navy commander, Mitylades, "The other legions have begun to attack the city of Rome. We should also start preparing. Don't worry, I'll be able to build 20 pontoon bridges for your army very soon. The crew can't wait any longer." With that, Mitylades immediately rushed to the west bank of the bridge. There were trenches dug around the riverbank, and wooden fences were built around it. There were rows of tents inside, and 40 Raven warships were parked neatly by the riverbank, their bows facing the river. After Mitylades gave the order, the crew members of each warship quickly boarded and took their positions. Then, the soldiers of Legio III rushed over and worked together to push the warship into the river. Then, the warships didn't move in a swarm. The first warship sailed close to the south side of the Rhone bridge and moved towards the opposite shore with all its might. After the sailors of the second warship moved the warship horizontally, they tried their best to stop the stern of the warship on the shore. For this, the sieging camp specially made a lot of long wooden poles for the sailors sitting on the left and right sides of the warship so that they could push it to the bottom of the river. This was to stabilize the impact of the current on the warship and keep the bow of the warship facing the opposite shore. The stern of the warship was immediately fixed on the shore with wooden stakes and rope. The three-decker warship that was small in the sea was as big as a dragon on the Tiber River. The average length of the Raven warship was more than 50 meters. With the sailors paddling with all their might, the bow of the warship quickly touched the opposite shore. The operators on the deck immediately dropped the anchor, and the sailors on the right side of the warship quickly pulled out the oars and the long wooden poles that were prepared at the bottom of the hold. They tilted the oars out of the oars and pushed against the bottom of the river. Since the widest part of the Tiber River was only 100 meters, one of the two warships was at the north bank, and the other was at the south bank. Naturally, the two warships overlap. When the sailors of the second warship tried their best to move the bow of the first warship to the stern of the first warship, the operators on the warship saw the opportunity and lowered the drawbridge. The sharp nails at the end of the suspension bridge pierced through the deck of the stern of the first battleship. Although the captain and the sailors were heartbroken, they managed to connect the two battleships together. The third and fourth battleships did the same. The fifth and sixth battleships, not long after, nearly 20 pontoon bridges, were set up on the surface of the Tiber River on the west side of the Roman bridge. They only needed to lower the suspension bridge closer to the battleship on the other side and put it on the embankment to immediately connect the north and south bank. Lazzaro watched the whole process from the north side of the bridge. He applauded the Third Fleet for neatly completing the established plan. Of course, he knew that Mitylades had led more than a dozen warships to the river below the river port yesterday afternoon to conduct repeated tests and training. That was why they had today's success. Looking at a portion of the Legio, 3 soldiers on the riverbank quickly divided into 20 teams and began to board the warships. A trace of regret flashed in Lazzaro's heart. It was a pity that the Raven warship could not pass through the bridge because of its overly tall mast. Otherwise, they could also set up a pontoon bridge on the east side of the bridge. This would force the Rome army on the other side to expand the width of their defense and increase the weight of the army's successful attack. Lazzaro sighed and immediately turned his attention to the battle that was about to begin. "Eureka!" Lazzaro turned around and said to the first captain of the Legio III in a deep voice, "You lead the first battalion and kill your way through this bridge. Kill your way into Rome. This is my request from you." Eureka, the former leader of a small tribe in Lucania, was a childhood friend of Bagul. A few years ago, he had become a senator in the Senate like Sima and Lazzaro. However, he did not choose to take up a position at the local level and continued to stay in the legion. Compared to Bagul, who had served as the governor of a key city in Dionia many times, Sima, who had won the praise of the Devers and senators for his outstanding performance as the governor of Kapsa, and Lazaru, who had served as the legion commander and had many military achievements. Ureza was just a captain. His light was too dim. The reason he had stayed in this position for 5 to 6 years was because he liked and was only good at fighting. After listening to Lazaru's order, Ureza did not hesitate at all. Instead, he replied excitedly, "Legion Commander, just wait and see. The 1st Battalion will open the door to victory for the Legion." Then, he shouted to the soldiers of the 1st Battalion, who were already in formation, "Warriors of Lucania, it's time to show your courage and ability to all the legions here and to His Majesty. Kill your way across the bridge and destroy the enemy." The soldiers of Legio III mainly came from Lucania Municipality. The center of Lucania Municipality was in the Grimentum, but the soldiers of the 1st Battalion were mainly from Nudum. As the first Lucanian town to belong to Dionia, the Nudum people had long fought with the Devers. Therefore, when the Legio III was established, most of its officers were Nudum people. This, in turn, encouraged more Nudum people to actively join the army. Therefore, it had the most veterans and the most combat experience. As the strongest battalion in Legio III, the 1st Battalion naturally had to gather the best and strongest soldiers. Under the command of their commanding officer, these Nudum soldiers were inspired with a strong fighting spirit. Shouting the name of Hades, they lined up in 5 dense columns. The width of the Rome bridge could only accommodate 5 people side by side, stepped onto the bridge and quickly rushed to the other side. When Dionia's Raven warship built the pontoon bridge, Cassius received an urgent report from the spy. This strange attack by Dionia was beyond his expectations. At the same time, it meant that the Dionia army crossing the river from the north to attack Rome would no longer only have the bridge. He had to urgently summon the retreating Rome platoon and ordered them to immediately rush to the embankment to defend. When the Rome platoon left the cover of the residential area, faced the Tiber River, and walked into the open area, the ballista team at the bridgehead on the opposite bank immediately began to fire stone projectiles. Although Cassius had expected this and ordered the army to adopt a loose chessboard formation to move forward quickly, there were still stone projectiles falling into the center of the formation. The horrible death of the soldiers who were hit caused a lot of chaos. At this moment, Cassius could not care less about the casualties caused by the ballista. He had already seen the Dionia soldiers on the opposite bank rushing over along the bridge like a black tide. He shouted anxiously, "Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up!" In fact, there was no need for him to remind them. Not only did the Rome soldiers see the Dionia soldiers running on the bridge, but they also saw the enemies that began to appear on the embankment. Their homeland was about to be invaded. Every citizen of Rome, young and old, felt a strong sense of crisis at this moment. They quickened their pace, braved the whistling stone projectiles, and rushed over. They bumped into the soldiers of the 1st Brigade of Dionia who had just rushed to the bridgehead. They also bumped into the rest of the Dionia Legio III soldiers who had just set foot on the embankment and barely formed a horizontal line. The Dionia Legio III soldiers intercepted them on the bank of the Tiber River. At this time, the ballista team had to stop firing and let the soldiers of the two armies fight to the death on the opposite bank. Meanwhile, in the central camp of Dionia's army, scouts and messengers hurriedly went to the central camp and left in a hurry. They gathered the situation of the battle and the enemy's situation in various places and gathered them here before they passed down new orders. Report: the siege troops of the 1st Legion have arrived at the city and have begun to attack. Report: the 5 siege towers of the 2nd Legion have been pushed to the edge of the trench and are carrying out long-range suppressive attacks on the enemy on the city wall. One of the siege towers has been ignited by a rocket. The surrounding soldiers are putting out the fire. Report: The 4th and 5th Corps' siege vehicles and lion boat carriages have been pushed to the bottom of the city and are currently destroying the walls. The enemy is being held back by the 4th and 5th Corps. Up until now, they have not been able to effectively destroy our siege weapons. Report: the Legio 6 soldiers have crossed the trench and have begun to attack the city. Report: the Legio 3 and the 3rd Fleet have. Chapter 789. The Devers sat in the center of the tent. In front of him was a large wooden board with a detailed map of the city of Rome. Tormid led the young staff officers to record the situation of the battle reported by the scouts, and then marked it on the map with icons and numbers. Your Majesty, the scouts found 400 to 500 soldiers of Rome about 10 miles east of the city of Rome. They are estimated to be from Fidini. Your Majesty, the troops of the Latin city-state have gathered 15 miles southeast of the city of Rome. Now there are about 1,000 soldiers. Your Majesty, there is an army of Rome southwest of our camp. There are about 5,000 soldiers, according to the messenger sent by Legio 3 across the river. Their scouts found that the colonial city of Rome, Venus, had sent nearly 2,000 soldiers from Rome. In addition, several Etruscan city-states, such as Casrella and Tarcona, have also sent 200 to 300 reinforcements. They are now on their way to Venus. The Devers listened to the report of the staff officers, their eyes fixed on the map. The map was marked with red and black dots. The red dots represented the Roman army and the reinforcements from Rome, while the black dots represented the Dionysian army. Each dot represented 1,000 soldiers. It could be seen that the red dots were concentrated in the city of Rome, and the black dots were concentrated outside the city of Rome, surrounding the red dots. Outside the black dots, a few more red dots would appear every once in a while, slowly gathering into a larger encirclement, gradually encircling the black dots. This was a battle of encirclement and counter-encirclement. It was a matter of life and death for both sides. The Devers remained calm. The young staff officers, including Clodocatax, became a little nervous as the news continued to come in. Even Tormid was a little impatient. He stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, judging from the current situation, our 2nd, 4th, and 5th legions have the best offense. They are likely to be the first to attack the city, but the reinforcements from Rome are constantly coming, especially this Roman army." Tormid first pointed to the flower-like pattern drawn by 5 red dots southwest of the central camp of Dionia on the map, and then moved his finger to the north bank of the Tiber River, where there were 3 or 4 red dots north of the Legio 3 camp. He said, "And here, I am afraid it will become a big problem for our siege troops. Should we take action first and eliminate this Roman army to relieve our few defensive forces?" Tormid's hand finally fell on the flower-like pattern again. The Devers nodded slightly and then slowly said, "Tormid, your opinion is correct, but we must first figure out the movement of this Roman army before we can take the right response. We should not panic. It is the enemy who should panic, because we are the ones who have the initiative in this battle." The Devers' tone had a hint of a lecturing tone, but Tormid immediately relaxed after being reminded. The somewhat heavy atmosphere in the tent began to dissipate. The staff officers recorded the data while discussing something in a low voice. Henneborus observed everyone while describing the scene in the tent at this time with a pen. Tormid also communicated with the Devers about some of the plans for the next battle. Clodocatax stood in the tent, ready to welcome the arrival of the scouts. This time, the information brought by the scouts shocked him. Report: the number of the Roman army in the southwest has increased to about 8,000 people. As soon as his voice trailed off, the Devers said in a deep voice, "Don't panic." The Devers' encouraging smile calmed Clodocatax's panic. He immediately replied, "Yes." When the staff officers heard this, they also exclaimed, 8,000 people? Tormid carefully looked at the map and then said with a slightly nervous tone, "Your Majesty, it is very likely that the Latin city-states such as Tustran, Aricia, and Bovilli have sent reinforcements. They have met up with the Roman army. The Devers's expression did not change, and his tone was still calm as he said, "The place where the Roman army is located is near Lake Alba. That area has always been the center of the Latin people. Although the city of Alba Longa has long been destroyed by the Romans, it is said that the annual celebration of the Latin god Jupiter, the Latin holiday, is always held on Mount Alba. Therefore, there are many Latin tribes living near Lake Alba. It seems that they still have the strength to send reinforcements. But this is just right. All the fishes have gathered, and we can catch them all in one go." The Devers's confident tone reminded Tormid of something. He calmed down a little and sat back on the wooden chair. After thinking for a while, he said with a little worry, "Now, I am worried that the Roman army will continue to march east and meet up with the Latin reinforcements in the southeast. If that happens, in that case, we will just have to mobilize the army to the southeast to intercept the enemy. But for the Romans, it means that they have to spend more time preparing and waiting even though they have already reached the periphery of Rome. Do you think the Roman militia, who are worried about their homeland, have the patience to wait?" The Devers said slowly. "Your Majesty, you mean, the Roman army is likely to attack us immediately?" Tormid asked anxiously. When the Devers were about to answer, Clodocatax's voice sounded again. "Report. The 8,000 Roman army in the southwest of our camp is bypassing our camp and marching north." When Tormid heard this, he immediately stood up and said nervously and excitedly, "Your Majesty, you are right. The Roman army seems to be attacking us. I'm afraid their target is here." Tormid pointed at the southwest corner of the city wall of Rome on the map. The soldiers of Legio IV and Legio V were attacking the city. Behind them was the huge gap between the central camp of Dionia and the western camp, which was the camp of Legio IV. The Roman army could quickly pass through this gap and attack the Dionysian army that was attacking the city. The Devers had the same judgment, so he no longer sat there calmly. Instead, he immediately issued an order. "Tormid, I appoint you as the temporary commander. Immediately lead a brigade of Legio V, a brigade of 2nd Legio, 2 brigades of Legio VI, and the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions to the central camp to intercept the enemy. At the same time, I will send messengers to inform the 2 brigades of Legio IV to meet up with you." 6 infantry brigades and 2 cavalry legions amounted to nearly 10,000 soldiers. In terms of military strength, they had already surpassed the enemy. However, there was no joy on Tormid's face. Instead, he expressed his objection worriedly. "Your Majesty, you are only left with 2 brigades of 2nd Legio and 5th Legio to protect you. It is too dangerous. Besides, 2,000 soldiers can't defend such a large camp. Don't worry about my safety, and don't worry about the safety of the camp. The more soldiers you bring, the faster you can end the battle and return to Rome. You can reduce the pressure on the entire battlefield," the Devers said firmly. He then smiled. "Or are you worried that you can't command so many soldiers, so you are looking for an excuse to ask me to reduce the number of soldiers for you?" Tormid knew that the Devers was trying to provoke him, but he also understood that it meant that the Devers were not going to change his mind. So he stopped trying to persuade him. He saluted to the Devers and responded firmly, "Yes, Your Majesty. Please pay attention to your safety." The Devers nodded his head. Tormid turned around and was about to leave. At this time, Clodocatax could not help but say loudly, "Father, Your Majesty, I request to participate in this battle." The tent suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the young prince. Even the Devers himself was a little surprised. Before he could speak, Tormid hurriedly advised, "No, Your Highness, this is too dangerous. The Rome army came to our rescue in a hurry, and they must have the mentality of risking their lives. We seem to have more soldiers than the enemy, but half of them are cavalry. We will be at a disadvantage if we confront the enemy head-on. Your Highness, please stay here and assist His Majesty in commanding the entire battle." Finally, we will win the victory of Rome. It is dangerous for me, but it is not dangerous for the other soldiers. Clodocatax's face was red, and he said excitedly, I am a citizen of Dionia. I am also a soldier of this army. I must contribute my strength to the whole battle, and not sit here and watch others fight, bleed, and even sacrifice their lives. Clodocatax was speaking from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he thought of his brother Adorus and his former comrades who trained in Thurii. At this moment, they were all fighting in the front line or were about to enter the battle. He could not allow himself to be a coward and become a spectator. This idea had been brewing in his mind since he set foot on this land, so his voice was trembling because he was too excited. The Devers looked at his son and saw the stubbornness in his eyes. He only hesitated for a moment, and then simply said, Go, Your Majesty. Tormid wanted to persuade him again, but the Devers waved his hand and said, Clotho is right. Although he is my son, he is also a citizen of Dionia. Other people's children have to serve on the battlefield, of course, he has to as well. Thank you, father. Clodocatax was excited, but he was afraid that Tormid would continue to persuade him, so he reminded him loudly, Commander, if we don't leave now, the enemy's reinforcements will reach the city. Tormid saw that the Devers had a serious expression on his face, and he had no intention of changing his mind. He saluted again and said, Your Majesty, please rest assured. Of course, the Devers understood what he meant by rest assured. At this time, Clodocatax also quickly saluted him and rushed to follow Tormid. Chapter 790. The Devers watched his son's silhouette walk out of the tent with worry in his eyes. He stood there for a moment, but when he turned around, he saw the envious looks on the faces of some of the younger staff officers. He smiled and said, Who else wants to join the battle? Me. Me! Me too. A few of the young men said hurriedly. The Devers waved his hand. Hurry up and fight well. Thank you, Your Majesty. The young staff officers rushed out of the tent excitedly. The Devers smiled and encouraged the staff officers who were still in the tent. These young fellows are too young. They don't understand that this is the head of our entire army. Our efforts will determine the success or failure of the entire battle. So, lads, in order to win this battle, let us continue to work. Yes, Your Majesty. The restless hearts of the staff officers were temporarily calmed down by the Devers. You are Clonesis, from Armendalara, from the 1st Legion? The Devers pointed at one of the young men and said, Yes, Your Majesty, your memory is very good. The young man was pleasantly surprised. You will be responsible for receiving battle reports and the enemy's situation. Also, report to me in a timely and accurate manner. Yes, Your Majesty. You are Irithesius, from Castellan, from the 2nd Legion, right? Yes, Your Majesty. You will be responsible for marking the map. Yes, Your Majesty. You are Aeneas, from Crotone, from Legio 4? Yes, Your Majesty. You will be responsible for recording and conveying my orders. Yes, Your Majesty. And you. The Devers accurately called out the names of the other staff officers. Seeing their flattered expressions, he smiled and said, You will be responsible for recording and analyzing the battle situation. If you find any abnormalities or have any suggestions, you can bring them up to me at any time. Yes, Your Majesty. The staff officers who were in an uproar due to the departure of Tormid and Clodocatax resumed their intense and meticulous military work. In fact, they were even more serious and diligent than before. Devers looked at them, and their emotions fluctuated a little. At this moment, Henneborus, who had left at some point in time, walked back into the tent. He came to the Devers' side and whispered, Marcius has sent 30 palace guards to protect Clotho. Devers glanced at him, and his heart was completely at ease. He tapped on the map with his finger and said loudly, Aeneas, immediately send a messenger to inform the engineering camp, the supply camp, and all the support personnel in this camp to move to the rear of the 2nd Legion and wait for orders. Yes. Aeneas quickly walked out of the tent. Although Devers had boldly transferred the 4 brigades stationed in the camp to participate in the battle, it was indeed a risk. With only 2 brigades left to guard the camp, no matter how strong their combat power was, they would not be able to completely defend such a large camp. Therefore, this transfer order was given by the Devers to be on the safe side, especially since his precious engineers and skilled craftsmen could not be harmed in any way. Then, Devers gave another order: Eurystheus, check the latest news about Epicthenes. Confirm his position again, then calculate his current approximate position based on his marching speed. Yes, Your Majesty. Tormid felt a little headache as he left the tent. Of course, it was not because he was about to command an army of nearly 10,000 soldiers in battle. Although he had never commanded an army of more than 1,000 soldiers in battle, he had decades of experience in the military. Moreover, ever since he joined Ionia and entered the staff office of the Ministry of Military Affairs, he had been working hard to improve himself. He had a deeper understanding of Ionia's past battles, familiarize himself with and thoroughly understand Ionia's military system and tactics, and further work hard to envision future military reform and development. Tormid admitted that he was not as talented as Printos in military affairs, but he felt that he was worthy of the position of staff officer. What he was worried about was Clodocatak. Although Devers did not say that he should take good care of his son, he did not think that he would have a good life in Ionia in the future if His Royal Highness, who was recognized as the future successor to the Devers throne, was in danger, injured, or by the time the 30 palace guards arrived at Clodocatax's side, Talmud had already made up his mind. With a serious expression, he said, "Your Highness, intercepting the enemy this time is related to the success or failure of our entire battle. It is related to the life and death of the entire army, so it is very important. You are not a member of the other brigades, have not trained with them, and do not have tacit understanding of combat, so I will not put you at the front of the formation, but at the back. Once the front line cannot withstand the enemy's attack, or the enemy attacks from the flank, I will let you lead the palace guards to block their attack and buy time for the other troops." Although Crodocatax was very young, he had been carefully taught by Devers for a long time, so he was not arrogant. He also knew that his sudden addition would make Tormid a little worried, and what Tormid said made sense, so he immediately nodded and responded, "Yes, Lord Commander." Tormid had little contact with Clodocatax in the past, so he did not know him well. Seeing that the young man was so reasonable, he was relieved, and at the same time, he had a good impression of the prince. The group went straight out of the northwest gate of the camp, and soon the rumbling sound of hooves could be heard behind them. After receiving the order, the 2 cavalry legions had quickly arrived. Tormid, Lord Commander, the 1st, 2nd Cavalry Legion has arrived. Tormid looked at Leds, who was always joking with him, and then glanced at Cusius, who was next to him. At this time, he was not in the mood to joke. Instead, he said with a serious expression, "Commanders, the reinforcements of Rome of 8,000 soldiers are coming from the west. His Majesty has ordered us to stop them. We must not let the enemy disrupt our siege plan. Please reorganize your troops first, and we will set off together when the other troops arrive." The 2 legion commanders nodded in agreement. Although they saw Clodocatax standing beside Talmud, they did not question him. Instead, they turned around and ordered the officers to gather the cavalrymen. After a while, 4 infantry brigades arrived one after another. When Clodocatax saw that Adorus's commanding officer was among the brigade commanders who came to report, he could not help but feel happy. He had heard his father say that father and son are soldiers in battle before. "I did not expect to be able to fight with my brother this time." But on such an occasion, of course, Crodocatax would not look for Adorus. After the troops gathered, Tormid immediately led the troops to the west of the southwest corner of the city wall of Rome. The 2 garrisoned battalions of Legio IV, who were notified by the messenger, also arrived soon. Now there were 6 infantry brigades in the army led by Tormid, 4 of which were heavy infantry brigades, and 2 were light infantry brigades. After all, light infantry brigades were weak in defense, and they would be at a disadvantage in a frontal attack. So, several legion commanders left the light infantry brigades in the camp. After learning from the scouts that the enemy was still a mile away, Tormid breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the central camp of Dionia occupied a large area. The soldiers of Rome took a detour from the outside, and he led the troops directly inside. Although he set off later, he still managed to catch up with the enemy. Tormid immediately began to arrange the army formation. He put 1 heavy infantry brigade from Legio IV, Legio V, and Legio VI in the left, middle, and right of the army formation. The other brigade from Legio IV and Legio VI was at the back. The brigade from Legio II was at the back of the middle. The 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions were at the left and right wings. The length of the entire middle formation would be lengthened or shortened according to the situation of the enemy's formation. Tormid arranged a simple formation, but for such a hastily assembled 10,000-man army, the simpler the formation, the more advantageous it was for them to fight. Under the command of the officers, the infantry and the cavalry quickly began to form a formation. Croter, Catax and the palace guards were just at the back of the 2nd Legion. In the process of forming the formation, he saw Adoris. Adoris was also surprised that his younger brother unexpectedly appeared here. However, the 2 brothers only exchanged glances for a moment before they quickly obeyed the command and went to their respective positions. As soon as the Dionia army was arranged, they saw the Rome army in the distance. Tormid did not wait for the Rome army to come. Instead, he ordered the whole army to move forward. Yesterday, Paulus and Megis led the army all the way to the east, passing through Saturnicum and Villette. At dusk, they entered the Lake Alba area. Only then did they stop and let the army station. While scouting the situation of the Dionia, Megis and his men visited all the villages and towns in the area overnight, hoping that the Latin compatriots in the area could support them to fight against the invaders and rescue Rome. The next day, a lot of Latin warriors arrived in the Alba area. According to Paulus's statistics, there were 3,000 of them. This was indeed the first Latin area conquered by Rome, and it had the closest relationship with Rome. But this was also the best the Latin people of Alba could do. When the number of Rome's reinforcements increased to more than 8,000, the 2 generals had a disagreement. Paulus believed that according to the intelligence from various sources, the Dionia army was already attacking the city with all their might. Rome was in danger. They should take advantage of the fact that the Dionia army had invested most of their soldiers in the siege, but the city had not been breached. They should launch a fierce attack on the Dionia army from the rear. They would definitely be able to thwart the enemy's attack and save Rome. Chapter 791. However, Megis was more cautious. He first reminded Paulus that it was because of their hasty attack when the Dionia landed that they suffered a crushing defeat, which led to the dangerous situation that Rome was in today. Therefore, he suggested that because these reinforcements were the greatest hope of the people of Rome in the city, but the number of 8,000 soldiers was still not enough, they needed to gather more soldiers in order to be more confident in defeating the Dionia in one fell swoop. This way, not only could they save Rome, but they might also be able to drive the Dionia out of the interior. Therefore, they should continue to march eastward to meet up with the reinforcements from Prinister, Gabii, Bonnae, and other city-states. Both sides had their own opinions, but they were unwilling to split their troops into 2, because that would only weaken the offensive power of the army and lead to the failure of their respective plans. In order not to waste precious time, they could only make a decision and let the soldiers make the choice. Nearly 3,000 Latin reinforcements did not matter, but more than 5,000 Rome citizen soldiers had moved to the 3 towns west of the Latin region because of the distribution of land, but there were still relatives and friends in Rome that they cared about. Moreover, they knew that there were not many citizen soldiers in Rome. If they delayed and allowed the city of Rome to be breached, the land that they had just obtained would eventually vanish into thin air. Therefore, most of the soldiers were eager to defeat the Dionia's attack, so they supported Paulus's opinion. Meges felt very regretful, but he still sincerely wished Paulus well. Then, he only led a team of guards and quickly rushed to the east. Paulus quickly assembled the troop. Although he was anxious, he still remained clear-headed. He knew that although the Dionia camp in front of him was still very simple, it might take a lot of effort to breach it. Time and soldiers were the most precious to him now, so he decided to bypass the camp and go straight to the city. Just as the army was advancing, a scout who had risked his life to evade the enemy cavalry and returned with injuries brought back bad news. There were 5,000 to 6,000 Dionia infantrymen and many cavalrymen in front of them. Paulus was shocked. He did not expect that Dionia would retain so many soldiers to defend the city when they were attacking. But he immediately calmed down. The situation had developed to this point, and there was no way to retreat. He could only lead the troops and attack without hesitation. Only by defeating the enemies in the way could Rome have hope. He ordered the army to stop advancing and get into formation immediately. Paulus had learned his lesson this time. He cautiously shortened the length of the formation and increased the thickness of the formation. He also arranged more than 1,000 light infantry soldiers from the Latin reinforcement army in the center of the formation, protected by the heavy infantry soldiers. After the formation was completed, the entire formation was shaped like an oval. When the Dionysian army entered the Rome soldiers' field of vision, a loud bugle sounded from the opposite side. The Dionia soldiers were the first to attack the Rome army. At the forefront were the cavalry legions on the 2 flanks. Tens of thousands of horses galloped forward, and the sound of their hooves was like thunder, stirring up dust and covering the sky. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The Rome soldiers on both flanks were terrified when they saw the behemoths charging at them with great strength. But in fact, this was just an illusion. The Dionia cavalry did not have the ability to break through the heavy infantry formation head-on. When they passed by the 2 flanks of the Rome army, they threw the short spears in their hands. After all, these Rome soldiers had fought with the Dionia cavalry once before. After being reminded by the platoon jarls, they raised their shields to defend themselves. At the same time, the light infantry in the formation also shot the arrows in their hands at the Dionia cavalry that galloped past. For a time, the Rome soldiers fell to the ground after being hit by the spears, and the Dionia cavalry fell off their horses after being hit by the arrows. Just when the Dionia cavalry brushed past the flank of the Rome army and rushed to the rear, the Dionia infantry had already approached them. The Rome platoon jarls hurriedly shouted, "Be careful of the javelins. Raise your shields and defend." Clodocatax followed his comrades around him and threw the javelin in his hands. After that, he hurriedly threw the second javelin almost without taking a breath. At this time, the screams that came from the opposite side made him excited. However, before he could savor the so-called sense of accomplishment, the soldiers in front of him had begun to charge at the enemy. He immediately led the palace guards and followed up. Even though the rain of javelins caused some confusion in the Rome army, when the Dionia soldiers began to charge, the Rome soldiers also raised their shields and spears and strode forward. One side fought bravely with the belief of protecting their homeland and driving away the invaders, while the other side shouldered the safety of the entire army and fought desperately to stop the incoming enemy. The 2 armies collided violently, and each of them stabbed their spears at the enemy. At the same time, the Dionia cavalry turned around and rushed to the rear of the Rome army. "Turn back! Turn back!" Under the command of the Rome platoon jarls, The heavy infantry platoon at the rear of the Rome army turned around and faced the cavalry. They raised their shields and got into a defensive stance. The Rome light infantry in the center of the army also turned around and knocked their arrows. The javelins and arrows crisscrossed in the air once again. While the Rome soldiers were fighting against the enemy, the people in the city were not idle either. They were organized by the senators to constantly transport all kinds of depleted defensive supplies to various sections of the city wall. At the same time, they also carried a steady stream of wounded soldiers into the city. Seeing their loved ones injured or even dead, the people of Rome were sad, but they did not have time to cry. They had to seize all the time and do their best to help the army defend their homeland. Less than an hour after the enemy began to attack the city, the situation had become a little grim. General Marcus reported that the enemy's offensive is fierce. In order to stop the enemy from attacking the city, the soldiers have paid a lot of casualties. They hope to get reinforcements. General Servius reported that the army he led is doing its best to defend the city against the enemy's attack, but they can't stop the enemy from using siege weapons to continuously destroy the city wall. He hopes to send more soldiers to the back of the city to form a defensive formation to prevent the wall from collapsing and stop the enemy from breaking through. General Pullo reported that the enemy has used warships to build many pontoon bridges on the Tiber River, so their attack is not limited to the pontoon bridge. Now the soldiers are doing their best to defend the entire embankment, but the enemy's offensive is fierce. If the battle continues, the soldiers' physical strength will not be able to support it. They hope to get more reinforcements. The Senate of Rome originally put Scipio the Great in charge of the defense of the entire city, but after the siege began, Scipio the Great found it difficult to control the battle defense of the entire city of Rome. This was because the city of Rome was too big and the city wall was too long. Moreover, the streets in the city were winding and uneven. It took more time to convey orders and send reinforcements. So he decisively handed over the command to the Senate and focused on dealing with the siege of Dionia in the south. The Senate quickly completed the handover of command. In order to better coordinate and organize the defense of the city, the senators came to the square of Rome to work. The military command was mainly handed over to Potitus, Maruginus, and a few other senators who had served as senators many times. Not only because of their seniority, but also because as senators they often led troops to war, so they had more combat experience. But even Potitus, who had served as a senator 5 times and promoted Camillus on the battlefield many times, had never experienced and seen such a siege war. Countless powerful ballistae, huge siege towers, spliced wooden carts that could hide people, strange trench-filling methods, terrifying bow in the abdomen, pontoon bridges built by warships. What was even more terrifying was that the Dionia soldiers who attacked the city were not only well-trained, but also brave and valiant. According to Potitus' past experience in sieging a city like this, with tens of thousands of soldiers guarding it, without hundreds of thousands of people, it would be impossible to take it down without 2 or 3 months to half a year's time. But it had been less than 2 hours since the start of the battle, and the defending troops seemed to be unable to hold on. The senators were also panicking. At this time, they could no longer care about the interests of the clans and private interests. They organized the slaves in their respective families, and at the same time, informed the clans to take action. All the men and slaves who could pick up shields and spears were summoned to the square of Rome. There were about 10,000 people, and they were urgently organized, equipped with weapons, and then sent in waves to the urgently needed battlefield. The old square of Rome, which was usually spacious, was crowded and noisy at this time. On one side, the senators were urgently training the newly formed troops, and on the other side, the people were helping the wounded lying on the ground. Looking at the nearly 10,000 troops that were densely packed not long ago, there were only a little more than 1,000 people left. The slave soldiers were not used to wearing helmet. They shook their heads from time to time, and their eyes were blank as they held their weapons. Potitus suddenly had a very uncomfortable feeling in his heart. He tightened the back of the chair with his hand and said with difficulty, "Send the last 1,000 or so people to Scipio the Great. Although he did not send anyone to ask for help, the other troops have encountered difficulties. It is not easy to defend the south. I know Scipio the Great. He must be doing his best to avoid making things difficult for us. Alas, Rome has not experienced an enemy siege for decades. The people lack the experience of defending a city. What's more, the enemy is Dionia." And Bustos sighed regretfully. "It's all our fault for only focusing on expansion over the years, and not properly replanning and repairing the city's defenses." These words made the senators next to him feel the same way. If the crooked walls of Rome were pulled out and built straight, if the bricks and stones of the walls were pieced together more closely and the gaps were filled with stone paste, if the walls were built on the northern embankment of Rome, if dear Abatis had been placed on both sides of the trench, if the streets in the city had been planned to be convenient for traffic, I am afraid that defending the city today would not be so difficult. Chapter 792. If our tens of thousands of young and strong citizens had not been transferred away, the Dionia would not have been able to attack the city. We could have fought in the field. As soon as Plinius said this out loud, he was interrupted by Maruginans. "It has already happened. Let's not talk about it anymore. We should focus all our energy on how to defend Rome now." Potitus nodded at him approvingly. Although he and Maruginans often had disputes and disagreements because of power and interests, when Rome was in danger, the interests of the major clans were the same. "It's already so late. I wonder if our reinforcements have arrived?" After being criticized by Maruginans, Plinius awkwardly changed the topic. "Paulus, Meges, and Pantius will never sit back and watch Rome fall into danger. The same goes for Way Ai. I'm afraid they have already fought with the Dionia. It's just that we don't know about it," Ambrosius said loudly in an affirmative tone. His words reassured many senators, because everyone understood that based on the current offensive of the Dionia, reinforcements were the key to defending Rome. The senators on the square were worried about the safety of Rome. The people of Rome were busy treating the injured soldiers. The blood of the wounded converged into thin streams, flowed into the gutters, and then converged into the wide sewer along the gutters. If the public official in charge of managing the sewer lifted the stone slab and entered the sewer, he would step on the narrow walkways on both sides of the sewer and follow the direction of the sewage flow. When he reached the residential area behind the northern embankment of Rome above the sewer, he would be surprised to find many strong figures crouching in front of him, filling the sewer to the brim. After a night of hard work, the 200 soldiers of the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade finally entered Maxim's sewer. After wrestling with the Tiber River, carefully climbing up, and squeezing through the dirty water into the iron fence, even the elite scouts who had been trained hard for a long time felt exhausted. Some of the team members who came in earlier actually fell asleep while sitting in the dark, damp, and trash-strewn sewer while waiting for the people behind them. They endured the unpleasant stench and fell asleep. But as the commander of this secret operation, Zam could not let them rest immediately. He had them wake up one by one and ordered them to take off their soaked clothes and wring them dry. Then, they checked their bodies to prevent them from catching a cold. As for those who were scratched or bruised along the way, he and the last few soldiers who came in all carried a bundle wrapped in several layers of fur. Inside the bundle were clean linen and some prepared herbs that could be used to clean and wrap up the wound to prevent infection. Then, he had to send someone to disguise the iron fence so that the Roman soldiers on the embankment wouldn't notice anything unusual the next day. In addition, he had to arrange for the members to take turns on sentry duty. The sentry duty was not to detect the enemy, but to chase away the rats and snakes in the sewer to prevent them from biting the sleeping comrades. At the same time, when some of the teammates fell asleep and snored loudly, they had to be woken up in time. Although the top of the sewer was covered with stone slabs, it was not sealed tightly. There were still many gaps of various sizes. They had to be careful at all times to prevent being discovered. The lives of 200 people were on his shoulders, and at the same time, he had a difficult mission. Zam was under a lot of pressure. So, after that, his mind was filled with thoughts, and he could not fall asleep. It was only when the sun was about to rise that he could not resist the urge to sleep. After some time, Zam was pushed awake. He opened his eyes in a daze, and was immediately dazzled by the sunlight that shone through the gaps of the stone slabs. He covered his head with his hands and looked around. Many pairs of concerned eyes were focused on him. These were the soldiers that he had personally trained. Zam felt a trace of warmth in his heart. I'm getting old, and my body is not as good as it used to be. He sighed in his heart and struggled to squat down. He had his team members report their numbers in a very low voice. The sound of the numbers traveled from one side of the sewer to the other side. 200 was not too much, not too little. Is there anyone who isn't feeling well? Zam asked worriedly in a low voice. Every member said that they were fine. Zam, of course, knew that these people's answers were not accurate, but at least it meant that none of them were seriously injured. A smile finally appeared on his face. He then asked, "What's the situation outside now?" He was from Campania and could speak Latin. He squeezed his way to Zam's side and pointed upwards. He whispered, "Captain, Legio 3 has begun their attack. They first used the ballista to bombard us, but the Rome retreated to the top of us. After listening to their panicked voices, they found out that our fleet had used their warships to build pontoon bridges on the Tiber River. And the Legio 3 soldiers have already begun their attack on the embankment. The Rome soldiers have rushed to defend. It should be about." Cadulus looked around uncertainly. Some of the other members made a gesture of 5, while others made a gesture of 6. "About an hour or so," he finally said. Zam did not expect that the siege had already begun while he was sleeping. Just thinking about it made him shiver. Fortunately, it was not the best time to attack. Just as he was about to speak, messy footsteps came from above and the voices of the Rome soldiers. These voices were amplified in the tunnel and echoed repeatedly. It made one's chest feel stuffy. Dust kept falling from the stone walls, but the members were like wooden statues. They did not make any noise and only looked at each other. After a while, the sound above them completely disappeared, and the tunnel became quiet again. The team members took a deep breath. Even the dirty air was stronger than the sound that made them go crazy. What did the Rome soldiers say? Zam immediately asked Cadulus. "Captain, I just heard a Roman say, 'I grew up with my master, took care of his daily life, and served as his scribe. I have never killed a sheep or even a chicken, and now you want me to kill someone?'" He whispered as he laughed, "Captain, I just heard a Roman say, 'I grew up with my master, took care of his daily life, and served as his scribe. I have never killed a sheep or even a chicken, and now you want me to kill someone?'" Another person was laughing at him. "Continue to cry, little cutie. When you face the enemy later, don't be so scared that you pee." Later, there was a commander who was probably scolding them. "Stop talking, hurry to the bridge. If the enemy breaks through the blockade of the embankment, we will all become cattle for the enemy to slaughter." The members around him understood what he meant, and their eyes were all filled with excitement. "Captain, it seems that Legio 3's attack is fierce, and the enemy is almost unable to hold on. Should we go out too?" Before Zam could speak, one of the members in front exclaimed, "Look at the water!" With the beams of sunlight that shone through the gaps of the stone slabs, they could see that the dirty water that was originally black and yellow with all kinds of filth was now gradually dyed red. Could it be that our army has already attacked from other places? A captain exclaimed. "Quiet." Zam made a shushing gesture. Facing the anxious eyes of his team members, he had to make a decision. He looked down at the bright red blood in the waterway, and then listened to the sounds on the street above. After thinking for a while, he finally said in a low voice, "No matter what the situation is in other places, the task given to us by His Majesty is to assist Legio III and the Third Fleet to break through the defense of the embankment and enter the city of Rome. Right now, the enemy's reinforcements have just passed, and the street above is still very quiet. It seems that Legio III is still fighting fiercely, so we still need to wait a little longer." Seeing that the team members next to him were unwilling to give up and wanted to say something, he immediately said, however, "Since the people of Rome have also sent slaves who do not know how to fight, it shows that they do not have any extra troop. We only need to wait for a little longer, until these Rome reinforcements have entered the battle, and when they have no more strength left to stop us, we will go out and attack their rear. But first, we need to find a way out. Captain, we have already found a way out in the early hours of the morning." Tarentus raised his sheathed dagger and pointed it above his head. "As long as you use the dagger to cut off the stone mud between the stone slabs, you can push the stone slabs open, and then climb out." "That's good." Why, Zam trusted the judgment of his subordinate. He said in a deep voice, "Let's fill our stomachs first. When I give the order, we will start immediately." As he said that, he opened the small bag on his waist and took out a piece of beef jerky. The team members also took out their dry food. The beef jerky that had been soaked in the river tasted strange, but the team members chewed it hard and enjoyed it very much. In the middle of the southern wall, not far from the old square of Rome, the sounds of killing were deafening. The soldiers of both sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Ladders were pushed down by the defenders at the top of the wall, and the Dionia soldiers on the ladders fell to the bottom of the wall. But after a while, more soldiers carrying new ladders came from afar. They crossed the trench and rushed to the bottom of the wall, setting it up on the empty section of the wall. From time to time, the shielding vehicles in front of the trench were ignited by the fire arrows, but this did not affect the light infantry of Dionia to continue to hide behind the burning flames and continue to shoot arrows at the top of the wall. Their more accurate shooting skills were quite a threat to the defenders at the top of the wall. If it were not for the fact that most of the soldiers fighting in front of the battlements were heavy infantry, and if they could not hit the parts that were not covered by armor and cause greater damage, the defenders would not have been able to stop the soldiers of Dionia from climbing up the wall. Chapter 793. Compared to the light infantry of Dionia, the siege towers posed a greater threat to the defenders. Every time the belly bow was fired, the Roman soldiers would die a horrible death. The Roman soldiers who were facing the siege towers were terrified, and they quickly retreated. As a result, a few small empty spaces appeared on the top of the walls. Of course, as the siege towers advanced, the angle between the belly bow and the top of the wall increased. Since the belly bow could not be raised high, the arrows could not accurately hit the top of the wall, and the threat was greatly reduced. However, the harpooneers at the top of the tower began to show their power. They relied on the protection of the wooden railings to throw heavy javelins at the top of the wall. These javelins were not arrows. If the Roman heavy infantry were hit, they would be injured as well. This forced them to raise their shields and be on guard. The Roman archers also fired at the top of the siege towers to attack the Dionia harpooneers, who did not have any armor to protect them. The suppression of the siege towers on the top of the wall caused the defenders of this section of the wall to weaken their attacks on the Dionia soldiers. The Roman soldiers were able to reach the top of the wall one after another. Every time they killed or drove the enemy off the wall, the Roman soldiers had to pay 2 to 3 times the casualties. Now, the biggest danger had arrived. The siege towers were slowly approaching the wall. Even if the Roman defenders kept throwing tar cans at the siege towers, setting them on fire, and even turning the path of the siege towers into a sea of fire, there were nearly 100 Dionia soldiers behind the siege towers. Under the cover of the wooden sheds that protruded out of the tower, they kept using sand to extinguish the burning oil on the ground and push the siege towers forward. Even if some of them were injured from time to time, their determination to complete their mission did not waver. Finally, the behemoth reached the wall. Retreat from there. Retreat. Due to the critical situation, Scipio the Great personally came to command the troops. He shouted anxiously when he saw the soldiers still crowded around the battlement. Just when the Roman soldiers retreated to the sides, the wooden bridge that was tied to the top of the siege tower suddenly fell on the battlements and smashed the Roman soldiers who were still below it to the ground. Scipio the Great did not have time to feel sorry for the soldiers who were crushed under the wooden bridge. He shouted, "Fire oil! Throw the fire oil!" In fact, the people of Rome did not expect to be besieged by the army in advance, so they did not have a large reserve of tar in the city. In the past 2 days, almost all the tar used for lighting in Rome's homes had been plundered. Up until now, almost all of it had been consumed. The people of Rome had to urgently transport olive oil for consumption. Bang! Bang! Dozens of clay jars smashed into it. At the same time, the soldiers of the 2nd Legion of Dionia, who had been waiting in the siege tower, shouted Hades' name and quickly rushed to the wooden bridge from the siege tower. As they rushed forward, they used their long shields to knock down the clay jars that were flying at them. Of course, there were also some soldiers who were splashed with olive oil, and unfortunately, they were hit by flying torches. They instantly turned into a burning man. He screamed in pain, but at this moment, his comrades did not stop to save him. Instead, they turned their vigorous fighting spirit into anger. They were not afraid of the densely packed spears in front of them. They put their long shields in front of their chests and jumped down from the bridge. Like a mountain, they resolutely jumped into the dense formation of the Roman soldiers. Ignoring the gunshot wounds on their bodies, they swung the short swords in their hands and stabbed the enemies around them at lightning speed. At this time, the temporarily recruited Roman soldiers had begun to adapt to the atmosphere of the battlefield. Inspired by the belief of protecting their homeland, their fear of death had been diluted. However, they were either too young and lacked combat experience or too old and lacked physical strength. The soldiers of the 2nd Legion of Dionia were all elite. Each of them was like a ferocious tiger, messing up the formation of Rome's defenders. Most of the screams came from the defenders. Fortunately, Scipio the Great had already expected this. He deployed most of the 3,000 young and middle-aged soldiers of Rome to defend the southern wall, and 1,000 of them were used as a mobile force to deal with unexpected situations. At this moment, he deployed 400 strong soldiers to form a dense spear formation at both ends of the walkway at the top of the wall, pushing the Roman soldiers in front of them to push forward. He was trying to annihilate the Dionia soldiers, who rushed to the top of the wall through a pincer attack. Unexpectedly, the experienced Dionia soldiers ignored their own casualties and relied on crazy attacks to expand the space at the top of the wall. The Dionia soldiers behind them braved the growing fire and continued to rush to the top of the wall. While they were attacking, they also quickly formed a formation. By the time the old and weak soldiers of Rome were injured, dead, and retreating, while the strong soldiers of Rome were facing the enemy directly, the Dionia soldiers were already standing on the top of the wall. About 60 of them formed a shield formation to defend against attacks from the front and the back. They were like a boulder on the top of the wall. Although Scipio the Great was anxious when he saw this situation, he also understood that the battle could not be ended in a short period of time. Fortunately, the siege tower had already been set on fire. Even the harpooneers at the top of the tower, who posed a great threat to the defending soldiers, had withdrawn. It was impossible for the enemy to use it to rush to the top of the wall again. This gave him some comfort. But soon, his mood fell to the bottom of the valley. "General Scipio, over there. The siege tower over there is about to reach the wall." Scipio Africanus quickly led another 400 strong soldiers and rushed over. This time, he decided to learn from his lesson and directly let these soldiers guard the top of the wall that the siege tower was approaching. They would stop the enemy from rushing out of the tower, and never give them a chance to stand on the wall. But as time went by, he found that the number of soldiers defending the city was getting a little tight. At this time, a messenger finally arrived with good news. The Senate had sent more than 1,400 reinforcements. Matones, who had been watching the battle from afar, sighed when he saw the burning siege tower. But soon, he was excited when another siege tower was approaching the wall. "Quick, send another company up. This time, not only do we have to rush to the top of the wall, but we also have to break through the enemy's blockade and clear the obstacles for the other soldiers to climb up the wall." "Commander, we don't have any more companies to send," the adjutant reminded him awkwardly. "What? Didn't we?" Matones turned around in shock. Not far behind him, there were many people, but more than half of them were engineers and craftsmen. They were still anxiously busy, rushing to manufacture the siege weapons. There were also some personnel from the supply camp. Not only were they in charge of pushing the completed siege weapons, they were also carrying the wounded soldiers on the way back. There were also some doctors and nurses from the medical camp. They were carrying the wounded soldiers back to the front line. They were carrying out urgent battlefield treatment. Matones once again looked at the bloody battlefield in front of him. Many of the armored vehicles in front of the trench were burnt. Thick smoke rose into the air and blocked most of his vision. The frequency of the light infantrymen shooting arrows was much slower than before. They were probably tired as well. Below the wall, the heavy infantrymen of the 2nd Legion were half squatting on the ground, hiding their bodies under their long shield. At a glance, it seemed like the ground below the wall was black. Ladders were erected like trees, leaning against the wall. The Dionia soldiers crawling on top of the ladders dyed the gray wall black. There were soldiers falling from the ladders, and there were soldiers coming up from below to replace them. From time to time, a ball of fire would rise from the bottom of the wall, accompanied by a shrill scream. Every time, Matones felt his heart clenching. 3 of the 5 tall siege towers had been burned down. One of the siege towers had fallen into the trench because some of the sandbags were not compacted, causing the siege tower to break into pieces. Its axle was broken, and it could not move forward. It could only be used as a platform for the archers and javelin throwers to attack. In Matones's sharp eyes, he also saw some wounded soldiers struggling under the shield formed by the soldiers below the wall. Due to their severe injuries, they could not move to the rear and were successfully rescued by the supply camp. Then, Matones thought of the dozens of soldiers who were surrounded at the top of the wall, and he began to feel anxious. If they could not take down the city of Rome today, those soldiers who could not retreat would end up in a tragic state. When he thought of this, he forgot what the Devers told him before the battle. "Preserve our strength and reduce casualties so that we can deal with the upcoming battle," he said loudly. "Get the buglers to blow the bugles and urge the soldiers to attack. And hurry back to the camp and tell His Majesty that I request for another heavy infantryman." "Legion Commander," the adjutant reminded him, "I have received a notice that the camp has already sent out 4 brigades to stop the reinforcements from Rome. There are only 2 brigades left in the camp. I'm afraid. Stop nagging and go." Matones's eyes were red as he shouted irritably. At this time, in the central tent, the Devers had just received a report from a cavalry scout. 10 miles southeast of Rome, there were nearly 2,000 troops marching quickly to the north. The Devers immediately looked at the map. At the same time, Clausus, who was in charge of analyzing the enemy's situation, quickly made a judgment based on the previous information. "Your Majesty, this is still the reinforcements from Prinister, Bonnet, Gabii, and other Latin city-states." He pointed at a place with a red on the map and said, "Their target is most likely Legio 6. Most of the soldiers of Legio 6 are attacking the city." The Devers pondered for a moment and said decisively, "Immediately send the heavy infantrymen from the 5th Legion to stop them." "Your Majesty," Clausus reminded, "if we send out this heavy infantryman, there will only be a light armored brigade from the 2nd Legion left in the camp." Chapter 794. "Don't worry," The Devers smiled and said, "The reinforcements from Latin city-state to the south of the camp are either fighting with the army led by Tormid in the west or advancing towards Legio 6. They won't have more soldiers to attack our camp. The light armor brigade of the 2nd Legion can defend the camp on their own." Although the Devers said it casually, the staff officers still felt a little uneasy. One of the staff officers rushed out to pass the order, and the adjutant of the 2nd Legion arrived just in time. "Martones is requesting for more soldiers." The Devers was slightly shocked when he heard that. He asked the adjutant of the 2nd Legion in detail about the situation on the battlefield and sighed softly. "This guy is also anxious." To be honest, according to the information that the Devers had received, the young and middle-aged citizens in Rome had been transferred to attack Helniki. There were only 3,000 soldiers left to guard the city. This was the reason why the Devers dared to lead the army to attack Rome. In his opinion, even if the people of Rome sent the elderly and women to defend the city, it would still be impossible for them to fight against more than 50,000 soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia who had advanced siege equipment, strong bodies, and rich combat experience. However, he did not expect that the battle would last for so long, and the legions would not make any significant progress. Could it be that the people of Rome were so resilient? He secretly clenched his fists tightly. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Henoboris saw that the Devers were in a daze, and he quickly called out softly. The Devers immediately came back to his senses, and his face quickly regained its calmness. He said to the adjutant, "There are no more heavy infantry in the camp. Bring 300 light armor soldiers to support them immediately." "Yes." The adjutant respectfully saluted and turned to leave the tent. The Devers glanced at the slightly worried staff officers and said confidently, "I still have more than 200 palace guards. They are not inferior to the heavy infantry of the Legion. Together with the remaining light armor soldiers, there are a total of 1,000 people. You don't have to worry about the safety of the camp." As he spoke, he pointed to the front with a confident look on his face. "Moreover, even if the enemy destroys the campsite, it's not a big deal. Because tonight we're going to camp in Rome." In fact, there was something else that he did not say. If the siege today failed, he would immediately lead the army back to Ostia, and this camp would be useless. "My army will conquer Rome today." Devers encouraged himself in his heart. At this moment another report came in. North of Rome Bridge, 5 miles away, about 4,000 enemy troops are advancing rapidly towards the camp of Legio 3. "What?" one of the staff officers exclaimed. Devers's eyes suddenly shrank, and his right hand suddenly grabbed the back of the chair. At this moment, on the embankment on the west side of the south bank of Rome Bridge, the battle between the soldiers of Rome and Ionia did not look like a fight, but more like a contest of strength. The soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia held their long shields with both hands against the enemy's shields and buried their heads behind the long shields to avoid the stabbing of the enemy's spears behind them. They used all their strength to push forward to gain a bigger foothold for their comrades who climbed up later. For this reason, they growled in a low voice. Their faces were swollen, and the veins on their necks were bulging. Every one of them looked so ferocious and painful because they were all doing their best to fight against the thick battle formation of Rome with a thin formation. Often, one person had to fight against the overlapping strength of 5 or 6 enemies. The reason why they could barely hold on was because their comrades behind them were squatting down and constantly stabbing the enemy's legs and feet, injuring the enemy's legs and feet. This weakened the enemy's combat effectiveness so that they could not push them into the river with all their strength. Even though the soldiers of Dionia fought so hard and caused a lot of casualties to the enemy, the battle line between the two sides was still close to the embankment, zigzagging and intermittent. Soldiers of Dionia were constantly pushed down the embankment and fell into the river. The soldiers of Rome who rushed to the embankment had to stop themselves, or they would fall into the river as well. At this time, The Dionia soldiers who were lying on the suspension bridge used their long shields to protect their heads and used their short swords to attack the enemy's legs. Their attacks were often effective, forcing the enemy to retreat again and stand on the embankment again. Therefore, this flat embankment had advantages and disadvantages for the soldiers of both sides. The soldiers of Dionia could not completely stand on the embankment and form a solid line of defense, while the soldiers of Rome could not destroy the suspension bridge and cut off the enemy's attack route. Because the defenders of Rome did not expect the soldiers of Dionia to use warships to build pontoon bridges, they did not prepare any kerosene at all. After the fierce battle between the two sides, the kerosene could not be transported to the embankment through the thick formation. Of course, there were Rome archers who shot the rockets into the river, but there were also sailors on the warships of Dionia who cleaned up the rockets in time. More sailors were patrolling on the deck. When they saw the soldiers who fell into the river, they immediately jumped into the river and rescued them. 20 pontoon bridges were equivalent to 20 life rafts. Even if the soldiers who fell into the river were unlucky and missed them, there were more than a dozen boats patrolling on the river downstream of these pontoon bridges. Therefore, although there were a lot of Dionia soldiers who fell into the river, most of them were still in good condition. After they were rescued, they could quickly return to the battle after a short rest on the warship. The soldiers of Rome seemed to have the upper hand, but there were soldiers who were constantly injured and had to withdraw from the battle, so the number of soldiers who could fight was slowly decreasing. On the other hand, the situation of the battle at the Bridge of Rome was completely different. At the beginning of the battle, the soldiers of Rome blocked the enemy at the bridgehead in time, but they could not push the enemy into the river by relying on the strength of numbers like their comrades on the embankment. They could only face the enemy's attack head-on. The 1st Brigade of Dionia Legio III filled the entire Bridge of Rome. The soldiers at the front used their long shields to block the enemy and stabbed with their short swords. The soldiers at the back used their bodies to push and stab with their bayonet. The soldiers at the back also threw javelins while pushing forward with all their might. At the beginning of the battle, the two sides were still in a stalemate. Half an hour later, the Rome soldiers, who were mainly composed of the old and the weak and supported by their strong belief in defending their homeland, gradually could not resist the impact of the Legio of Dionysia soldiers, who far surpassed them in physical strength, skills, and fighting spirit. They began to retreat little by little. Even when Cassius anxiously rushed over to supervise the battle, he still could not reverse the situation. More and more Dionia soldiers rushed across the bridge, expanding the attack area of the 1st Brigade. This increased the difficulty of the Rome soldiers' defense. If it were not for the timely arrival of more than 3,000 reinforcements, the Rome soldiers defending at the bridgehead would have been routed. But even with so many reinforcements, Cassius' frown still did not relax. This was because the citizens of Rome, old and young, had been receiving formal military training from Rome since childhood. Even if they were not strong enough or experienced enough, they could still rely on the whole to resist the attack of the Dionia soldiers. But these free people and slaves, even if they wore Rome-style armor and held long shields and bayonets, did not understand the tactics of Rome at all. Some slaves, especially, did not even know how to use shields and bayonets at all. Because of this, the ones who suffered the most were the team officers who were temporarily in charge of commanding them. They had no choice but to shout loudly, reminding the recruits under them what to do in the midst of the battlefield filled with the sounds of killing. Very quickly, all of their voices became hoarse, but the formation of the newly added reinforcements did not change much. It was still scattered and disorderly. Cassius was worried and began to blame in his heart. When the city of Rome was rebuilt, why didn't the Senate call on the people to build a wall on this embankment? Otherwise, with the protection of the wall, even if these recruits had no combat experience, they could play a greater role. At this moment, he vaguely heard the familiar sound of a bugle coming from the other side of the river. He suddenly became spirited. "Are our reinforcements here?" A few minutes ago, Lazaru, the commander of Legio III, who was standing on the bridgehead on the other side of the river and watching the battle nervously, received news that Rome's reinforcements were coming. As there had been news of Rome's reinforcements gathering north of their camp, reported by the scouts, he was already prepared for this and did not appear to be panicking. There are only about 4,000 enemies. I think our troops guarding the camp can completely defeat them in the field, Lazaru said confidently. The commander of the Third Fleet, Middleades, said with some concern, the soldiers guarding the camp have all gone out to fight. If there are more enemies coming, Middleades, you have to believe in the ability of the scouts and mountain scouts of Legio III. Other than the Rome's reinforcements that are coming, they have not found any other enemies within 10 miles. After our soldiers defeat them, they have plenty of time to return to the camp. In order to dispel his concerns, Lazaru explained seriously, I asked the troops to take the initiative to attack, not because I like to fight, but because the camp we built is too big. If it's just a simple defense, the soldiers will be at a disadvantage. Middleades understood what he meant. Yesterday, Legio III and the Third Fleet built 2 camps on the north bank of the Tiber River. One was at the bridgehead, and the other was at the river on the west side of the bridgehead. In order to accommodate more than 40 huge 3-decker warships, and at the same time, to make sure that there was enough space between the warships to facilitate towing, entering the water, and to prevent fire, the camp by the river was long and wide, which resulted in the soldiers' defense area being increased. If they wanted to completely defend the camp, their military strength was slightly insufficient. The reason why Middleades had so many concerns was that the soldiers could still escape, regroup, and fight again if they were defeated. However, if they let the enemy rush into the camp by the river, his warships would be tied to the river and connected to each other, and they could easily be burned. By then, the Third Fleet would be completely finished. But after all, he had been on the battlefield for a long time. He knew that there was no room for hesitation at this critical moment, so he said decisively, I agree with your opinion, and I will temporarily hand over the command of the fleet infantry to you. Chapter 795. That's great. Lazar hammered his fist on Middleades' chest and said sincerely, Thank you for your trust, Middleades. This is all for Dionia. Middleades replied with a straight face. Don't worry, I won't let the infantrymen of the fleet suffer great losses. Lazaru also made a promise, then said to the adjutant, Quick, get Ureza here. He planned to let Ureza take his place to command the entire Legio III to attack the south coast of Rome, while he himself would lead the 2 infantry battalions that stayed behind to guard the camp and 2,000 infantrymen of the Third Fleet to fight against the reinforcements from Rome. After all, with his identity as the commander of the legion, it would be easier for the infantrymen of the fleet to accept his command. Veii, a town built by the Etruscans, was located on the north coast of the middle reaches of the Tiber River, about 40 miles northeast of the city of Rome. It was one of the 12 allied cities of Etruria. Ever since the city of Rome was built, it had been a great enemy of the people of Rome. Both sides fought for the control of the land on both sides of the middle reaches of the Tiber River, and there had been many wars in the past 100 years. The people of Rome went from being passive in the beginning to winning and losing, to gaining the upper hand. Finally, more than 20 years ago, after a 10-year siege, the army led by Camillus broke through the city of Veii. Due to hatred and interests, the people of Rome killed all the people of Veii who could resist, captured the women and children as slaves, and completely occupied the land of Veii, turning it into a colonial town of Rome. Not long after, due to the fierce conflict between the nobles of Rome and the civilians, most of the civilians left Rome in anger and settled in Veii. Then, the Celts invaded and occupied the city of Rome. Camillus gathered the Romans and the Latins to drive out the Celts. After that, the nobles and commoners of Rome reconciled and rebuilt the city of Rome. Many commoners of Rome who had settled in Venus also returned. in order to prevent Venus from once again becoming a refuge for the commoners of Rome and the nobles, thereby weakening the strength of Rome itself. The Senate passed a bill to designate the fertile land to the south of Venus near the Tiber River as the public land of Rome. Thus, this large Etruscan city, which had a population similar to that of Rome and was even more prosperous than Rome, became a medium-sized colonial city of Rome. Since the residents of Venus were all citizens of Rome, after they vigorously responded to the first call of enlistment from Rome, which was to follow Camillus in attacking the Hernici, they once again squeezed out more than 500 people to come to the rescue when they heard that the city of Rome was under attack. In addition to Venus sending troops to the rescue of Rome, there was also Caesarea, which was also one of the 12 Etruscan city-states. It was located on a hill about 14 miles from the sea, nearly 60 miles from the north bank of the Tiber River. Because of its iron mines and the production of high-quality pottery, it enjoyed a good reputation in central northern Italy, which made the city prosperous and wealthy. Moreover, this city-state was very good at getting along with other forces. When most of the Etruscan city-states had a tense relationship with Rome, it maintained a good relationship with Rome. When the Celts invaded and their own city was destroyed, the Caesarea people sheltered many of the people of Rome, who fled from the fall of Rome in various mountain villages in the territory. Therefore, when Rome recovered its strength and began to attack the Etruscan territories in the north, they were grateful for the kindness of the Caesarea people and did not invade their territory. Instead, they invited Caesarea to join the Rome alliance. At the same time, the relationship between the Caesarea people and the Greeks was also very good. It was one of the few non-Greek cities that had a sacred treasury in Delphi. Delphi generally did not allow non-Greek city-states to have a sacred treasury, which was very surprising. This time, in order to rescue their leader, Rome, Caesarea had also sent more than 500 soldiers. In addition, there were 2 reinforcements from the Etruscan alliance. They were Volch and Tarquina. They were also 2 city-states that were close to the coast but built their cities on the mountains. They had very Etruscan characteristics. They were rich in mineral resources and also had a large port and prosperous sea trade. Volch, in particular, had become the sea trade center of the entire west coast of the Italian peninsula as early as 100 years ago. Its pottery, bronze, and wine were even exported as far as the eastern Mediterranean Sea. Not only was it once a maritime power, but it also controlled many Etruscan tribes and small towns around it on land. Tarquina, on the other hand, had a feud with Rome, just like Veii. As early as 100 years ago, it had supported the overthrown king of Rome, Tarquina, against Rome. However, these 2 powerful city-states had declined in the past few decades because of the continuous southern invasion of the Celts and the harassment of Rome. More than a decade ago, the Celts had invaded these 2 cities, causing them to suffer heavy losses. The city fell, and the people were plundered. Before they could recover from the war, Rome, who had driven away the Celts and received strong support from Carthage, once again invaded their territory. After suffering successive defeats in the battle, the people of these 2 cities had no choice but to surrender. Rome divided part of the territory of these 2 cities and established 2 colonial cities, Sutrium and Cosa, as strongholds for Rome to control the southern part of Etruria. At the same time, Rome also monitored the movements of these 2 cities. So this time, when Rome sent messengers to ask for help, the 2 cities also sent reinforcements. Of course, there were also reinforcements from Sutrium and Cosa, totaling more than 2,000 people. Including the soldiers sent by other Etruscan tribes and towns that had surrendered to Rome, there were more than 4,000 people in total. The reinforcements from Veii, Caesarella, Volchi, and other towns gathered one after another. There were still a few soldiers arriving later, but they received a report from their spies that Dionia was attacking Rome in a hurry. The situation did not allow them to wait here, especially when the citizens of Rome in Veii kept clamoring to rush to the rescue. So the leading generals from the colonial city of Rome and the city-state of Etruria quickly reached an agreement. They led their respective public militias and dragged their feet towards the bridge of Rome. When they were 2 to 3 miles away from the Daionia camp, they received another report from their spies. About 4,000 Daionia soldiers were marching quickly towards them. When the generals heard this, their reaction was the same as Paulus's. They were all taken aback. Weren't the people of Daionia attacking the city with all their might? Why are there still enough soldiers left to fight us in the field? But time was running out, and they did not have much time to think. They hurriedly began to set up the formation. More than 4,000 Rome reinforcements came from many Etruscan city-states, tribes, and the colonial city of Rome. It took a lot of effort just to determine the affiliation of each troop and arrange the positions of the formation. So before the entire formation of the army was spread out, the Dionysian army appeared in their sight. The army led by Lazaru had 2,000 fleet infantrymen and a light armor brigade, so they moved relatively quickly. Only a heavy infantry brigade was slightly behind. When they arrived at the battlefield, Lazaru found that the Rome reinforcements did not expect the Dionysian army to attack, so they were not prepared in advance. The whole army was still in a mess. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? Before the heavy infantry brigade arrived, he gave the order to attack. The fleet infantrymen would attack the left side of the enemy, and the light armor brigade would attack the right side of the enemy, leaving the front open for the heavy infantry brigade who arrived later. Although these two troops were not heavy infantry, according to the report from the cavalry scouts, the number of heavy infantry in the Roman reinforcements was far less than half of the Roman reinforcements. The elite militia had been recruited to attack the Helnici. Therefore, Lazaru firmly believed that these two well-trained troops could completely suppress the enemy with their attacks and hold on until the heavy infantry brigade arrived. The bugle for the attack was blown. The two troops that were originally arranged in a battle column, in the process of advancing at a slower speed, quickly left the long column behind and became a horizontal line. After that, they did not need to change their positions anymore and began to advance at a faster speed. The weapons and equipment of the fleet infantrymen and the light armor brigade were actually the same. They all had leather helmets, leather armor, leather shields, and short swords. The biggest difference was the size of the leather shields and the javelins. As the light armor brigade was fighting on land, the leather shields were larger, and they also carried 2 javelins like the heavy infantry brigade. As the fleet infantrymen were fighting on the sea, in order to better maintain their balance, the leather shields were smaller, and they did not carry javelins. However, this time, as the heavy infantry of Legio III had to climb up the embankment through the Raven warship to attack, it was not convenient for them to throw the javelins. Therefore, they had to stay in the camp. Before Lazaru gathered the troops to go out of the camp to face the enemy, he asked the fleet infantrymen to carry the javelins. Although they did not use the javelins in the battle on the sea, they were often trained to use them during their daily training. This was because the javelin throwing was one of the 4 killing skills that the Daionia infantry had to master. The other 3 were hand-to-hand combat, shield-wielding and shield-wielding. The rapid approach of the Dionysian army forced the Rome reinforcements to be unable to smoothly spread out their formation. Of course, they could not shrink into a group and be attacked passively. Therefore, the bugle for the attack was blown, and the generals of the various reinforcements led the troops of their respective cities to rush towards the approaching Dionysian army. The distance between the two sides, which was originally a few hundred meters, was quickly closed in amidst the battle cries. Javelins! 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 Amidst the shouts of the commanders, the Daionia fleet infantrymen and light armor brigade quickly stopped in their tracks. They quickly threw 2 rounds of javelins, interrupting the momentum of the enemy's charge, causing the enemy's formation to become more chaotic. Then, they shouted the name of Hades and rushed towards the enemy. Chapter 796. The wall has collapsed. The wall of Rome has finally collapsed. Amidst the cheers of the Legion of Dionysia in front of the trench, a small section of the southwest wall of Rome in front of them roared and the ground trembled. A cloud of dust rose up, accompanied by the screams of the Roman soldiers. After a while, when the dust dissipated, a large gap on the wall suddenly appeared in front of everyone. It was in the shape of an inverted trapezoid, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The width of the gap was about 4 meters, and it was more than 3 meters from the ground. After the stones and sand collapsed, it naturally formed a slope on both sides of the gap. Rush over. Attack the city of Rome. The soldiers of the Dionia Legio IV near the gap were very excited. They stepped on the bricks and rammed earth on the ground, ignoring the fact that they might fall, and quickly rushed to the gap. The defenders on the city wall, who had just been shocked by the collapse, also recovered at this moment. They ran to the top of the gap and threw javelins, stones, and wood down. They wanted to kill the enemy and prevent them from entering the city. But this did not stop the high fighting spirit of the Legio IV soldiers. When the front-line soldiers rushed through the gap, they could not help but stop because there was a thick spear wall not far in front of them. Countless Rome people dressed in simple clothes were lined up in a dense formation, and the spears pointed at them were shining with cold light. Stop! Stop! Get into a square formation! The captain of the front-line soldiers shouted loudly. However, in this battlefield filled with the sound of killing, the extremely excited soldiers were shouting and rushing in crazily. The order of the organization had long been in chaos. They could not obey orders, and instead, they pushed their comrades in front of them to meet the spear wall. The front-line soldiers had to hurriedly raise their long shields to protect themselves and collide with the enemy. Soon, the open space between the spear wall and the gap was filled with the continuous influx of Dionia soldiers. The dense spear formation formed by the landless poor of Rome was personally commanded by the defending general of the West Wall, Servius Musa. This general was born in the poor of Rome, but because of his bravery in the past battles, he was promoted several times by Camillus. From a lowly auxiliary soldier, he became a well-known platoon leader of Rome. This time, he happened to be among the 3,000 soldiers who stayed behind. The reason why Scipio the Great chose Musa from dozens of platoon leaders to be in charge of the defense line on the west side of Rome was not because Scipio the Great was like Camillus, who had the foresight and breadth of mind to employ people regardless of background and ability. It was because in the critical situation where the army was pressing on the border and the conflict between the nobles and the civilians of Rome happened to occur, he had no choice but to take action. He hoped that Musa could use his prestige among the civilians to be able to unify a large number of poor people and slaves living in the west of Rome to stop the attack of Dionia. In fact, what Musa had done so far had exceeded Scipio the Great's expectations. Not only had he temporarily dispelled the discontent in the hearts of the civilians and slaves, but he had also stimulated their determination to participate in the war. He had also effectively organized them to defend against the enemy's attack from both the top and bottom of the city walls. This was the reason why the 4th and 5th legions of Dionia, a total of more than 10,000 elite soldiers, had attacked this area at the same time without any significant progress. Although the spear formation that Musa had temporarily set up did not cause much damage to the Dionia soldiers, they were not frightened by the enemy's ferocious attack. Instead, they stubbornly blocked the enemy's breakthrough. The ones who caused the greatest damage to the Dionia soldiers who had rushed into the breach were the defenders at the top of the city walls. The Dionia soldiers below the city walls were so densely packed that every javelin and stone thrown by the defenders could cause damage to them, not to mention the kerosene. If the unfortunate Dionia soldiers were doused with kerosene, they would be a great threat to their comrades around them. Fortunately, tar and olive oil had been used in large quantities to burn down many of the siege weapons. There was not much left. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster for the Dionia soldiers who had rushed into the breach. Olivers, the captain of Legio IV, who was previously excited about the collapse of the city walls by the siege vehicles, was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Order the light infantry to immediately approach the city walls. Attack the enemy on top of the city walls. Reduce the pressure on the soldiers inside. Order the brothers at the breach to retreat quickly and make space for the soldiers inside. Let them form a phalanx and fight against the enemy. Assemble the mountain reconnaissance team. Let them try and see if they can climb to the top of the city through the breach and attack the enemy. The messengers accepted the order and rode off one by one. Also, immediately inform the 5th Legion commander, Geogres, and tell him about the predicament we are in. When Geogres received the news that Legio IV was in a disadvantageous situation, his expression was solemn. He focused his attention on the front. Under the city walls 100 meters away, the soldiers who were trying their best to besiege the city were burnt siege vehicles and shielding vehicles, emitting thick black smoke. Among them, there were still 3 relatively intact siege vehicles lined up side by side under the city walls. They were constantly hitting the city walls. The boom-boom sound of the impact could even be heard by Geogres, who was at the back. He could even see the increasing cracks on the wall, as well as the dust and stones that did not stop falling, almost burying the siege vehicles. Immediately inform the 1st Battalion to retreat to the trench and form a formation in front of the collapsing wall. After the wall collapses, don't rush. Enter the breach in a complete formation. Be careful of the enemy's spear phalanx behind the breach. At the same time, warn the other battalions not to enter the breach without orders. Those who disobey will be severely punished. Yes, Legion Commander. While the 4th and 5th Legions were fighting under the city walls, not far from their west, the army led by Tormid was engaged in a fierce battle. Although the total number of the Roman army led by Paulus was smaller than the enemy, most of the soldiers under his command were heavy infantry. Their number was double that of the heavy infantry led by Tormid, and they gradually began to gain the upper hand in the frontal battle. If it weren't for the continuous attacks from the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions of Paulus from the flanks of the Roman army and restrained part of the Roman army would have launched a frontal attack and forced the Daionia army to retreat. But as time went by, Paulus became more and more anxious. He bore the heavy responsibility of rescuing the city of Rome, but he was blocked here and could not advance for a long time. If this continued, even if he managed to defeat the enemy in front of him in the end, he was afraid that Rome would have fallen, and he would become a sinner of Rome. Therefore, he finally made up his mind and ordered the Roman platoon at the back of the formation. Only a part of the platoon was left to guard the Daionia cavalry that was patrolling around, and the rest of the platoon ignored the threat of the enemy cavalry. They immediately spread out to the flanks, and then turned to attack the enemy's flank. Under his supervision, the Roman army began to stretch its arms from the original oval formation, transforming into a 1 formation. The 2 cavalry commanders, Leds and Cusius, who were at the back of the Roman army, had a bad feeling when they saw the situation. At this time, the 2 cavalry legions had long run out of javelins. They divided the cavalry into small teams and galloped back and forth behind the enemy, assuming an offensive posture, just to force the Roman army to not attack with all their strength. But now that the Roman army had made up their minds, the cavalry legions could not let them achieve their goal. "It seems that we can only attack," Led sighed. He knew that the cavalry's attack against the dense heavy infantry would not be effective even if the enemy was in motion. It would especially damage the war horse, causing a large number of cavalry casualties. The younger Cusius, on the other hand, was full of fighting spirit. Then let the Roman people see the power of the Daionia cavalry charge. "Commander Leds, you lead the army to attack the enemy's left side, and I will attack the right side." With that, he turned his horse and galloped south. "Wait a minute." Leds stopped him and pointed to the Roman army behind the Roman army that was stretching horizontally towards them. He said in a low voice, "Even if we stop the enemy from spreading their formation on both sides, these Roman soldiers will probably rush to the sides to stop us. That's for sure, but they don't have enough people to stop our charge. Cusius said confidently. Then, their departure will expose that place. Following the direction that Leds pointed, Cusius's eyes lit up. It was the rear of the Roman army's middle line. The light infantry that posed a great threat to the Daionia cavalry was gathered there, and they were under the protection of the Roman heavy infantry. Let's voice continued to ring in his ears. We will gather the cavalry on both sides to attract the enemy's attention, but we will quietly send some of the cavalry to retreat out of the enemy's sight. Then, our cavalry will attack the enemy's flanks. These heavy infantry will inevitably rush to the sides to stop them, and our hidden cavalry can take the opportunity to charge at the enemy's light infantry. These light infantry will not be able to resist, and there will be chaos. Then, we will drive them to the front of the enemy's middle line, and create a chance for our infantry in the middle line to win. Good idea. Corps Commander Leds, let's do as you say and do as you say. Cusius replied straightforwardly. When we gather the legion's cavalry into formation, we widen the gap between the cavalry and cover the enemy's line of sight. Then, we will each send 4 companies, 50 cavalry companies, to the rear and wait for an opportunity to act. Leds nodded and solemnly saluted. He said in a deep voice, "Time is tight. Then let's act. May Hades bless us and let us succeed." Cusius immediately saluted back. With the blessing of Hades, we will definitely succeed. Chapter 797. The 2 commanders of the cavalry corps were busy gathering their cavalry. Meanwhile, Tormid, the commander of the Daionia army at the rear, understood the changes in the enemy's formation after receiving the reports from the scouts. Of course, he had to respond accordingly. He pondered for a moment and issued an order. The light armor brigade of the 4th and 5th legions at the rear of the left and right flank were to move forward quickly and spread out to the flanks to block the enemies who were attempting to surround them. Meanwhile, the light armor brigade of the 2nd Legion at the rear of the middle was to be divided into 2 groups, ready to support the flanks at any time. After all, it was very difficult for the light armor brigade to confront the enemy's heavy infantry head-on. Tormid had no choice but to do so. He just wanted to buy a little more time. As the order was issued, the troops began to move, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tormid, who had been in a state of anxiety, suddenly opened his eyes wide. "What's going on?" Through the gray dust, he saw Clodocatax and the 40 palace guards who were resting quietly in front of him suddenly moved to the right. "My lord, no one gave His Highness any additional orders," one of his men quickly explained. "Go. Send someone to tell His Highness to obey the order and stay where he is," Tormid said anxiously. Clodocatax saw the messenger shouting at the rear of the formation. He immediately realized that there was a change in the situation, so he took the initiative to order the palace guards to follow the light armor brigade of the 5th Legion to move to the right flank. These palace guards initially stopped him on the grounds of his safety, but he was the temporary commander of the palace guards after all. Besides, which citizen of Daionia did not want to go to war and gain merit? These palace guards had been staying in the city of Turii for a long time, protecting the king of Devers. It was not easy for them to get the chance to go to war and kill the enemy. It was inevitable that they would be tempted, so they were easily persuaded by Clodocatax. When the messenger rushed over and asked Clodocatax to obey the order and stay where he is, Clodocatax replied angrily, "Please tell His Highness Tormid that the army is now facing danger. The other soldiers are fighting a bloody battle, but he wants us to hide like cowards. Does he want us to become the laughing stock of the whole kingdom?" Clodocatax's words immediately made the palace guards, who were a little shaken. They did not listen to the dissuasion and continued to follow Clodocatax. After Talmud got Clodocatax's answer from the messenger, he didn't know what to do even though he was good at coordinating and dealing with all kinds of complicated relationship. On one hand, as the young prince had said, if he were to stand aside and wait for the war to end, the prince would most likely become the laughing stock of the people when he returned to Turii. Not only would Clotho-Catax hate him, but the king of Devers and his consort Christoia would also be dissatisfied with him. But if he were to go to the front and fight the fierce enemy, he would also be blamed if he were to get injured. If he were to die in battle, then, just as he was hesitating, a scout galloped over, report, His Highness Epicthenes has arrived at the battlefield. He's finally here. Talmud let out a long sigh of relief. His heart was finally at ease. He turned to his subordinates and said, Immediately take a company from the 2 ND Division's light armor battalion and follow the prince to the right flank. With Epicthenes's reinforcement, the defeat of Rome's reinforcements was imminent, and he no longer had to worry about Clotho-Catax's safety. Leading the army to Latinum and attacking Rome was regarded by Devers as his most important strategic plan so far. He knew how powerful Rome was in his previous life, so he would certainly go all out. So, not only did he send out the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th Infantry Legions, as well as the 1st and 2nd Cavalry Legions, he also sent Epicthenes, who had just stepped down as the governor and was unemployed at home, to Lucania. As Legio III stayed in Atlas at the request of the Campanians, the Ministry of Military Affairs later appointed Xanthoparis to form a new reserve legion in Lucania municipality to replace Legio III in defending the entire Lucania municipality. The soldiers of Legio III not only came from Lucania, but also Copsa and the coastal cities of Ennona, Poseidonia, Elia, and Laus. Therefore, with such a rich source of soldiers, Xanthoparis quickly formed a complete new legion. Devers ordered Epicthenes to lead half of the new legion to Latinum on the 2nd day after the army landed and occupied Ostia, and then head to Ostia by ship. This was a backup plan that Devers had prepared. He would use this important flag depending on the development of the war. As the attention of the coastal city-states of Latinum was attracted by the Daionia army besieging Rome, they did not notice that another smaller Daionia army had entered the port of Ostia with a large fleet of supplies. When the Devers received the news yesterday evening that the defeated Roman army had regrouped and was marching east to rescue Rome, he immediately sent messengers to Ostia to inform Epicthenes to lead his army eastward today to help the main force defeat Rome's reinforcements and ensure the smooth progress of the siege. Epicthenes, who had been away from the army for several years, had always been known for being flexible and skillful in warfare. After he led his army out this morning, he did not rush his soldiers, but marched at a slow pace. At the same time, he sent out many scouts to the army's camp to learn about the deployment of the siege and the enemy's situation outside Rome. He wanted to keep abreast of the progress of the war so that he could find an opportunity. When he learned that his allies were blocking a large group of reinforcements from Rome on the west side of Rome, he immediately knew that this would be his first target. Only then did he order the army to speed up in the direction he had designated. Just as the army was about to reach the battlefield, Epicthenes met the 400 cavalrymen hidden behind the 2 cavalry commanders. After learning about Led's and Cusius' attack plan, he immediately said confidently, "Go tell your commander to stop wasting your war horse. Leave the next battle to me." After that, he ordered the troops to stop advancing and get into formation. He also ordered the soldiers to organize their equipment. Led's was relieved to hear that the reinforcements had arrived, but he was not ready to completely abandon his previous attack plan. He quickly reached an agreement with Cusius. The plan would be carried out as usual, but the attack on the flanks would be changed to a feint, while the ambush in the middle would remain the same. Woo! The bugle was blown. Led's clamped his legs on the horse's abdomen, and the war horse began to move forward. More than 1,000 cavalrymen followed behind him. It took them a long time to go from a slow walk to a slow jog. On the other side, more than 1,000 cavalrymen led by Cusius did the same. This gave the Roman army, who had been vigilant against the Daionia cavalry, a chance to react. Paulus, who was at the rear of the army, would certainly not allow the Daionia cavalry to disrupt the attack of the heavy infantry on the flanks. He immediately ordered the 12 Roman squadrons to rush to the flanks to stop the enemy cavalry's attack. When the Roman soldiers rushed to the flanks, the Daionia cavalry was still 100 meters away. Paulus breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. At this time, the Daionia cavalry had changed from a slow jog to a medium pace. Thousands of hooves on both sides of the army stomped on the ground, causing dust to fly and the earth to tremble. From afar, under the gray sky a mile apart, 2 black cavalrymen formed 2 huge arrowheads, surging forward like a black tide. There were some bright red flags flashing in the surging black tide. They were the flags of the cavalry legions. The largest flag was raised high beside the legion commander, at the front of the formation. It fluttered high in the wind, indicating the direction of the whole army. At this moment, the vanguard cavalry was less than 70 meters away from the Roman army. Led shouted, "Turn left! Turn left!" The Pegasus flag that was raised high immediately pointed to the left. The flag bearers of the brigades and companies who had been paying attention to the direction of the flag also changed the direction of the flag. Leds and the surrounding cavalrymen led the whole army to change direction. In the end, the entire cavalry team passed by the Roman army in front of them. When the Roman soldiers saw the enemy cavalry that was only 20 to 30 meters away from them, stirring up a cloud of dust and galloping parallel to their formation, although they were still a little nervous, they were relieved. The momentum created by the countless enemy cavalry charging at them was too terrifying. The Roman soldiers on the flanks were relaxed, but the Roman light infantry in the middle and rear were nervous. They pointed to the rear and shouted in horror, "Cavalry! The Daionia cavalry! They are rushing towards us!" Yes, a cloud of dust also rose a few hundred meters behind them. The gray cloud was wrapped in black, and it was rolling towards them. Paulus, who was behind the light infantry, turned around and saw this terrible scene. He was also panicking. "Damn it, I was tricked by the Daionia. Go! Go! Inform the platoons that were transferred to the flanks to return quickly. Quick!" Unlike the Daionia cavalry on the flanks, the 400 cavalrymen in the middle were already running at full speed. It didn't take much time to cover the distance of a few hundred meters. Most of these Roman light infantry were not Roman citizens, but from the Latin alliance. Of course, they didn't have the determination to fight to the death to protect their homeland like the Roman citizens. Looking at the approaching enemy cavalry, they shouted, "Run!" and fled in all directions.